Hey friend, I'm here to help you relax and sleep tonight. The channel is going through a difficult time and I really need your support. The encourage button is very important. You can find it below the video next to the like and subscribe buttons. Click it now. Every click helps this video reach new people. Your likes and comments are also very important. Even a simple word or the time you watch the video makes a big difference. Please click the encourage button. Hit like. Leave a comment. Anything at all. Your support makes a real difference and helps this video reach people who need it. Thank you so much for your time and support. I never intended to become a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Forest. The job found me during the lowest point of my life, when I was desperate for escape and solitude. My name is River Winding, a name chosen by my grandmother who claimed our distant ancestors walked these same forests centuries ago. Whether that's true or just family mythology, I felt a strange pull to these woods my entire life. The ranger station, my new home, sat on the shore of Obsidian Lake, a dark mirror surrounded by towering pines and ancient cedars. The cabin itself was rustic but sturdy, built in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps, with logs that had weathered decades of storms. Inside, the worn wooden floors creaked with every step, and the stone fireplace dominated the main room. The isolation was precisely what I needed after 3 years working a soul-crushing corporate job in Seattle. Most folks don't last more than a season out here. Supervisor Morrison told me during my orientation, his weathered face serious beneath his wide-brimmed hat. The isolation gets to them. The silence starts to feel heavy. I nodded, thinking he was being dramatic. Now, 4 months into my post, I understood exactly what he meant. The job description seemed straightforward. Monitor wildlife activity, maintain trails, assist lost hikers, and report any unusual activities. What the manual didn't mention were the unexplained. Sounds that echoed through the valley at night. Sounds that didn't match any known wildlife. My first encounter with something unusual happened during my 3rd week. I was marking a new trail section when I noticed a massive impression in the soft earth near Boulder Creek. At first glance, it resembled a large bear track, but the proportions were wrong. Too large, with 5 distinct toe impressions splayed wider than any bear I'd documented. I photographed it, took measurements, and reported it to headquarters as an unidentified large mammal track. The response came 2 days later. Probable bear track distorted by rain. Continue monitoring. But it hadn't rained in weeks. I began keeping a private journal of the strange occurrences. Broken trees, not cut or gnawed, but snapped 8 feet up the trunk with immense force. Clumps of dark, coarse hair caught on bark that didn't match any cataloged species in our database. And the sounds. Deep, rumbling vocalizations that carried across the lake on still nights, making the windows of my cabin vibrate. My radio crackled to life one evening as I sat on my porch watching the sun sink behind the mountains. River, we've got 2 hikers overdue at checkpoint 4. Last contact was yesterday afternoon near Eagle Ridge. Over. I grabbed my gear and headed out. Night searches were always the most dangerous, but also when people needed help most desperately. As my flashlight beam cut through the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest seemed to breathe around me, alive with tension. I found the hikers 3 miles off trail, huddled against a rock formation. A young couple from Portland who had veered off the marked path to photograph a rare orchid. The woman, pale with fear, gripped my arm as they explained what had driven them to hide. "We heard something following us," she whispered. "Heavy footsteps breaking branches. Then we saw it, just for a second, between the trees. It was huge, walking upright. We thought it was another hiker at first, but..." Her partner finished her thought. "It was too big. No human moves like that." I led them back to safety, attributing their experience to a black bear, though I knew black bears rarely walk upright for extended periods. Back at my cabin, I added their account to my growing journal, alongside a map marking all incident locations. A pattern was emerging. A territory centered around the densest, oldest section of the forest where the ranger paths ended and true wilderness began. That night, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps on my porch. The wooden boards creaked under significant weight. I reached for my rifle, heart pounding against my ribs. Something large scraped against the door, not knocking but seeming to measure it, testing its strength. The handle rattled. I held my breath, finger hovering near the trigger. Then came a smell seeping through the cabin, musky, wild, and utterly foreign. The footsteps retreated, but I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I found massive tracks in the soft earth around my cabin and deep scratches in the door's wooden frame. at least 8 feet high. Whatever was out there, it knew where I lived. And it was getting curious. Chapter 2, Whispers Across Borders. You're seeing something territorial, mate. Happens in the outback all the time. Jackson Kearns, my Australian friend from ranger training, spoke with confidence over our monthly video call. His outpost in the Northern Territory dealt with some of the world's deadliest creatures, yet none of my descriptions seemed to rattle him. Not like this, I insisted, adjusting my laptop so he could see the plaster cast I'd made of the footprint outside my cabin. This is nearly 18 inches long. What leaves tracks like this? Jackson leaned closer to his camera, his sunburned face growing serious. Nothing I've encountered. You sent it to the wildlife department? 3 weeks ago. Still waiting for a response. I didn't mention how headquarters had become increasingly dismissive of my reports, suggesting I was suffering from isolation-induced paranoia. My other long-distance confidant, Madeleine Beaufort from Quebec's Boreal Forest Service, had a different perspective when I called her later that evening. The First Nations people here have stories, she said, her French-Canadian accent thickening as she lowered her voice. Of creatures that live between worlds, not quite animal, not quite human. The elders say they've always been there watching from the boundary places. You think that's what I'm dealing with? Folklore? I couldn't keep the frustration from my voice. I think, she replied carefully, that indigenous stories often contain warnings based on real environmental dangers. Perhaps what you're encountering has been there all along, and people have simply given it different names through history. The conversation stayed with me as I patrolled the eastern ridge the following day. The forest was unusually quiet. No birdsong, no skittering of small mammals, just heavy silence pressing in from all sides. Experienced rangers know this silence often precedes predator activity. Near Blackwater Ravine, I discovered a scene that stopped me cold. A bull elk, or what remained of one, lay scattered across a clearing. This wasn't the work of wolves or mountain lions. The carcass hadn't been consumed, it had been torn apart as if in rage. Some pieces were wedged into the branches of surrounding trees, 15 feet off the ground. As I documented the sight, a branch snapped deep in the forest behind me. Then another, closer. Deliberate. Whatever moved through the underbrush was large enough to make the earth tremble slightly beneath my boots. I raised my rifle and backed toward the trail, scanning the tree line. A shadow moved between two ancient pines, massive, bipedal, and fast despite its size. I caught only a glimpse before it disappeared deeper into the forest, but that glimpse was enough to accelerate my pulse to a hammering rhythm. Back at the ranger station, I found unexpected company. Ben Miller, a senior ranger from Olympic National Park, sat waiting on my porch. His expression was grim beneath his salt and pepper beard. Headquarters is concerned about your reports, he said without preamble. They sent me to evaluate the situation. I invited him inside and laid out my evidence, the journal, photographs, plaster casts, and map of incidents. He examined them without comment, his expression unreadable. You know what people will say this is, he finally spoke, tapping the footprint cast. I know what it looks like, I admitted, but I need to know what it actually is. Ben sighed heavily, suddenly looking older than his 50-something years. There's a reason I requested this assignment when your reports came across my desk. 23 years ago, I was stationed in the North Cascades. Had experiences similar to yours. My mouth went dry. What did you do? Nothing, he said, shame evident in his voice. Stopped reporting. Started carrying extra ammunition. Requested a transfer 6 months later. He met my eyes directly. The department doesn't want documentation of something they can't explain or control. That's why your reports are being buried. That night, as Ben slept in the spare room, I sat by the window watching the tree line. The moon cast long shadows across the clearing between my cabin and the forest edge. In one of those shadows, something moved. Something that didn't match the swaying rhythm of the trees. I woke Ben, and together we watched as a massive silhouette emerged partially from the forest. Even at this distance, we could see it stood at least 8 feet tall, with extraordinarily broad shoulders and long arms. It remained at the boundary between forest and clearing as if respecting some invisible line. It's watching us, Ben whispered, evaluating. For nearly 20 minutes, the figure remained motionless. Then, with deliberate slowness, it reached up and broke a branch from a nearby pine, a branch thicker than my arm, and placed it on the ground at the forest's edge, pointing toward my cabin. Is it leaving a message? I asked. Ben's face had gone pale. It's leaving a warning. The figure retreated into the darkness, but its presence lingered like a physical weight against my chest. That night, the sounds from the forest changed. No longer distant calls, but closer vocalizations that almost resembled words. Tomorrow, Ben said as dawn broke after our sleepless night, we need to check the historical records. If this thing has been here for generations, someone must have documented it, officially or not. We spent the day in the station's archives, digging through yellowed reports dating back to the park's founding. Most contained mundane observations, but in a file from 1937, we found a handwritten account from Ranger Joseph Blackwell that made my skin prickle. The thing continues its surveillance of the station. Larger than any man, covered in dark fur, the missing hiker's belongings were found arranged in a semicircle at the forest boundary. Warning or offering, I cannot determine. Indian guides refuse to enter the northern valley, calling it the place where shadows walk upright. I have requested transfer. The file contained one photograph, blurry, taken from distance, showing a dark, tall figure at the forest edge. The same spot where we had seen our visitor the night before. They've always known, Ben said quietly. Every administration, every generation of rangers. They just decided it was better to pretend it wasn't real. That evening, as we discussed our next steps, the radio crackled with an emergency. 3 hikers missing near the northern ridge. The same territory where most sightings had occurred. As we gathered our search gear, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being drawn deliberately into the creature's domain. The search for the missing hikers began at twilight, the worst possible time to enter the forest. Shadows stretched and merged, creating illusions of movement at the periphery of our vision. Ben and I maintained radio contact with headquarters, though we both suspected our real findings would never make it into the official report. The northern ridge borders what indigenous maps labeled as forbidden territory, Ben explained as we hiked. The original park boundaries specifically excluded it, but it was incorporated during the expansion of '72. Some of the survey team reportedly quit, rather than map that section. Heavy clouds obscured the moon, plunging the forest into near-total darkness. Our flashlights carved narrow tunnels of visibility, beyond which anything could be moving undetected. Listen, I whispered, raising my hand. The forest had fallen silent again, that preternatural quiet that signals the presence of an apex predator. Even the insects had ceased their chorus. Through that silence came a sound that raised the hair on my neck. Rhythmic footfalls too heavy for any recognized wildlife, circling our position at a distance of perhaps 50 yards. It's hurting us, Ben muttered, checking his rifle. The footsteps stopped. Then came a sound I'll never forget, a deep rumbling vocalization that seemed to contain distinct phonetic patterns. Not animal growls or calls, but something unsettlingly close to language. Before we could react, a scream pierced the darkness ahead, human, terrified, and abruptly cut short. We ran toward it, branches whipping our faces as we navigated by flashlight. Breaking into a small clearing, we found a backpack torn open, its contents scattered. Blood darkened the fallen leaves nearby. Over here, Ben called, his flashlight illuminating a trail of disturbed earth and broken vegetation leading deeper into the forest. Someone was dragged. We followed the trail for nearly a mile, the signs of struggle gradually diminishing until we reached another clearing. In its center stood a crude structure, not quite a shelter, but a deliberate arrangement of broken tree trunks leaning together to form a rough dome. Inside, huddled together, we found 2 young women. Their clothes were torn, faces scratched from branches, eyes wide with shock. Of the third hiker, there was no sign. It took Scott. One of them sobbed as we helped them to their feet. It came out of nowhere, massive, moving so fast.
Scott pushed us away and it
grabbed him. We ran, but it caught up, brought us here, and just left us. Did you see where it went? I asked, scanning the tree line. It's still here, the other woman whispered, pointing to the dense forest beyond the clearing. Watching us. It never leaves. As if in confirmation, a branch snapped in the darkness. Then another, closer. A strategy of intimidation, letting us know we were surrounded. We need to move, Ben said, voice tight. Now. We formed a tight group, hikers in the center, and began the trek back toward the ranger station. The presence followed, sometimes dropping back, sometimes moving parallel to our path, but never fully retreating. Occasionally, rocks or branches would land near our feet, not hitting us, but demonstrating accuracy that could have been deadly if intended. 2 miles from safety, we found Scott. Or rather, he found us, stumbling from between the trees, dazed but remarkably unharmed. His account was fragmented, confused. It could have killed me easily, he kept repeating, but it just examined me, smelled me, then pushed me away and made this sound like it was trying to speak. As we approached the boundary of the deeper forest, the stalking presence grew more agitated. Vocalizations increased in volume and complexity. Heavy footfalls circled faster, branches breaking in quick succession from different directions. A final display of territorial dominance. Then, at the exact spot where the oldest trees gave way to younger growth, the pursuit stopped. Standing at the forest boundary, looking back into the darkness, I could feel eyes watching our retreat. We had been allowed to leave this time. Back at the ranger station, as paramedics examined the hikers, I pulled Ben aside. This wasn't a random encounter, I said. Those hikers were taken into its territory but left alive in that structure. It wanted us to find them. Ben nodded grimly. It's establishing communication, demonstrating power, territory, and a capacity for restraint. That's not animal behavior, that's negotiation. That night, after filing heavily sanitized reports that mentioned nothing of our bipedal pursuer, Ben revealed what he'd been holding back. There's a pattern to these incidents across all northwestern parks, he said, spreading a map across my table. Red pins marked locations of similar encounters dating back decades. They're becoming more frequent, more deliberate. As human development pushes deeper into remote areas, these interactions escalate. You think they're being forced into conflict? I think, Ben said carefully, that something has lived in these forests far longer than we have, and it's finally deciding to enforce its boundaries. Outside, the wind carried vocalizations from across the lake, complex, patterned sounds unlike any known animal call. They continued until dawn, like a message repeated until understood. In the morning, we found another sign. The carcass of a deer placed precisely at the clearing's edge, facing the cabin. Not mutilated or fed upon, presented like an offering. Or a warning of capabilities. What do we do now? I asked as we stood looking at this grim demonstration. Ben's eyes remained fixed on the dark line of trees beyond. We acknowledge what we're dealing with. This isn't just a territorial animal. This is something that understands boundaries, demonstrates reasoning, and is attempting communication. He turned to me, expression grave. The question isn't what we do, it's what it wants. The radio crackled with a new assignment. Another missing hiker, deep in the northern section. As we gathered our gear, a certainty settled over me. We were being drawn back deliberately, pulled deeper into an ancient conflict between worlds that shared the same forests but had managed to avoid direct confrontation until now. That barrier was eroding, and I was standing directly on the boundary line. The weather turned against us as we set out to find the latest missing hiker, a solo backpacker who'd ventured off trail despite explicit warnings. Dark clouds rolled in from the mountains, bringing sheets of cold rain that reduced visibility to mere feet. Perfect conditions for something that knew the forest to move undetected. Stay close, Ben advised as we pushed deeper into restricted territory. Weather report says this storm's getting worse. The undergrowth grew denser here, undisturbed by trail maintenance or human passage. Ancient trees towered overhead, their massive trunks covered in thick moss. The forest floor was a maze of exposed roots and fallen giants slowly returning to the earth. Every direction looked identical, a disorienting sea of green and brown. 3 hours into our search, the radio signal died. No static, no interference, just complete silence. We were cut off, alone in the oldest section of the wilderness. This doesn't feel like a coincidence, I said, trying my backup radio with the same result. Ben checked his GPS unit, then tapped it against his palm with a grimace. Dead too. Something's interfering with the electronics. A crack of thunder directly overhead startled us both. The storm was intensifying, transforming day into premature night. We took shelter under a rocky overhang as the rain turned to hail, pelting the forest floor with marble-sized ice. That's when we noticed them. Tree structures unlike anything in the Ranger Handbook. Throughout the visible forest, massive branches had been woven between standing trees, creating distinct patterns too regular for natural formation. Some resembled crude ladders reaching into the canopy. Others formed circular arrangements around particularly massive trees. All were clearly deliberate. Tool use, Ben whispered, his voice barely audible above the storm. Complex environmental modification. Through the curtain of rain, movement caught my eye. A dark figure navigating between trees with surprising grace despite its size. It paused, seemingly aware of our observation, then deliberately broke a branch thicker than my thigh with minimal effort before continuing out of sight. Another demonstration of capability. As the storm briefly lessened, we resumed our search, now following these strange structures rather than any conventional trail. They led deeper into the valley, toward a section marked on the oldest maps as simply unmapped, survey incomplete. Near a stream crossing, we found the first sign of our missing hiker, a trekking pole abandoned on wet stones. Further ahead, a shredded backpack hung from a branch, its contents carefully arranged beneath it. Food items separated from tools, electronic devices placed apart from clothing. Not the chaotic scatter of wildlife scavenging, but deliberate categorization. It's learning about us, Ben observed, studying what we carry, how we organize ourselves. The formations of woven branches grew more complex as we advanced, some creating corridors that channeled movement in specific directions. We were being guided, I realized with growing unease, herded along a predetermined path. That path led to a massive clearing unlike anything I'd ever encountered in the national forest. At its center stood what I can only describe as a village of sorts. Structures built from interwoven branches, some reaching 30 feet high. Smaller domes surrounded larger central constructions. Pathways had been worn into the earth between them. Most disturbing were the collections of items clearly taken from hikers over decades. Watches, cameras, fragments of clothing, all arranged in precise groupings. My God, Ben breathed. They've been here all along, building, watching. Movement within the structures froze us in place. Not just one creature, but many. At least 7 massive bipedal figures emerging from the largest central dome. They moved with purpose, some standing upright at nearly 9 feet tall, others adopting a hunched posture that still kept them well above human height. Dark fur covered their bodies, faces set with deep-set eyes that reflected intelligence and wariness in equal measure. Among them, looking impossibly small by comparison, stood our missing hiker, unharmed but clearly in shock. The creatures had positioned themselves in a semicircle around him, not threatening but containing. We need to approach slowly, Ben whispered. No sudden movements. As we stepped into the clearing, all activity ceased. The creatures turned as one to observe us, communicating among themselves with those complex vocalizations I'd been hearing for months. One, larger than the others with silver-streaked fur, moved forward deliberately. The silverback placed itself between us and the hiker, then did something I still struggle to comprehend. It mimicked human speech. Not fluently, but recognizably. Rough approximations of words it must have heard from hikers or rangers. Go. Back. The sounds were guttural, forced through vocal anatomy not designed for human language, but unmistakable in intent. Ben and I exchanged stunned glances. Decades of folklore, blurry photographs, and dismissed reports crystallized into the undeniable reality before us. These weren't animals. They represented something else entirely. An intelligence that had evolved parallel to our own, adapting to avoid detection, learning our weaknesses and strengths through careful observation. We've come for him, Ben said slowly, gesturing to the hiker. We mean no harm. The silverback studied us, head tilting in consideration. Then it pointed deliberately toward the boundary of their settlement, then to the sky, then drew a line across its throat. The message seemed clear. Leave before dark. It repeated the rough approximation. Go. Back. All. I realized with sudden clarity that all didn't just mean us in this moment. It meant all humans. The increased encounters, the territorial displays, the warnings left at boundaries, they were responses to encroachment. The park expansion, new trails, increased tourism. We had been pushing into their territory for decades. Now they were pushing back. The silverback approached the hiker and nudged him firmly toward us. The man stumbled forward, wild-eyed but uninjured. They could have killed me, he stammered as we steadied him. They just studied me, took my things apart and put them back together, tried to communicate. As we backed slowly from the clearing, the creatures remained motionless, watching. Only when we reached the tree line did they return to their activities, though one remained observing our departure. The storm had passed, leaving the forest dripping and ethereal in the late afternoon light. Our electronics suddenly functioned again once we crossed some invisible boundary. Ben immediately radioed headquarters, reporting that we'd found the hiker disoriented but safe, making no mention of what we'd witnessed. No one would believe us, he explained as we navigated back toward the ranger station. Or worse, they would. Teams would come, researchers, military eventually, and these creatures would either be driven out or destroyed. That night, after returning the hiker to safety with a convenient story about getting lost in the storm, Ben and I sat on my cabin porch watching the distant tree line. The vocalizations had started again across the lake, complex patterns carried on the night air. What do we do with this knowledge? I asked. Ben was silent for a long moment. We protect them by respecting the boundary. We divert trails, discourage off-path hiking, minimize human presence in their territory. We become guardians of the divide. And if headquarters questions it, there are ways to maintain boundaries without explaining why, he said. Environmental protection designations. Endangered species habitat. We work within the system to create a buffer zone. In the months that followed, we did exactly that. Fabricated studies of sensitive ecosystem components, documented unstable terrain in key areas, created wildlife corridors that conveniently routed human activity away from the ancient heart of the forest. Meanwhile, I continued monitoring the boundary, noting how incursions decreased as our efforts took effect. Sometimes, at dawn or dusk, I would catch glimpses of them watching from the tree line, not threatening but vigilant. Occasionally, they would leave signs of their presence, arrangements of stones or branches that seemed to acknowledge our unspoken arrangement. I've remained at Whispering Pines long after. Ben transferred to another park to implement similar boundary protections there. My cabin at the edge of the wilderness has become more than just a ranger station. It's an outpost between worlds, maintaining a fragile peace. The creatures still vocalize at night, their sounds carrying across Obsidian Lake. I've begun to recognize patterns, even meaning in some combinations. Not quite language as we understand it, but communication nonetheless. Sometimes I find myself responding with my own calls, creating a dialogue of sorts across the divide. Most rangers still don't last more than a season here. They sense something watching from the forest, feel the weight of ancient eyes upon them. They hear the sounds at night and request transfers to busier, more developed parks. I remain. I keep the boundary. I protect both worlds from the chaos that would come from their collision. And sometimes, on still nights when the moon illuminates the clearing between my cabin and the ancient forest, I catch glimpses of a massive silhouette at the tree line, acknowledging my presence as I acknowledge theirs. Two sentinels guarding the same border from opposite sides. The true guardians of these woods have always been here. I'm just the latest in a long line of humans who have learned to recognize their rightful claim. In their shadow, I've found my purpose. Not to conquer the wilderness, but to ensure it remains wild enough for its original inhabitants to endure. I never planned to become a park ranger. Growing up in the suburbs with concrete underfoot and streetlights washing out the stars, the wilderness was a foreign concept, something that existed in documentaries and vacation brochures. But life has a strange way of rerouting your carefully laid plans when you least expect it. After college, I found myself drowning in student debt and a directionless career path. The job listing appeared in my email almost like an omen. Park ranger position open at Whispering Pines National Forest. Requirements: physical fitness, love of nature, ability to work independently for extended periods. The pay wasn't great, but it offered housing, a cabin on the edge of Lake Stillwater, and a chance to escape the suffocating monotony of city life. 3 weeks later, I was driving a government-issued truck along winding mountain roads, watching as civilization gradually disappeared in my rearview mirror. Cell service dropped to a single flickering bar before vanishing altogether. The radio static increased until I switched it off, preferring the sound of wind through my open window. The cabin exceeded my expectations. Rustic but solidly built, it sat on a small rise overlooking the lake, surrounded by towering pines and ancient oaks. A generous porch wrapped around 3 sides, offering spectacular views of both water and wilderness. Inside, the furnishings were simple but comfortable. A worn leather couch, a wooden dining table, a double bed with thick quilts, and a pot-bellied stove for heat. Solar panels provided limited electricity, and a satellite phone offered my only connection to the outside world. "You'll get used to the isolation," my supervisor said after helping me unload my few possessions. "Some rangers can't handle it, but those who can never want to leave." He paused, glancing toward the dense forest beyond the cabin. "Just stick to the established trails when you're patrolling. Easy to get turned around in there, especially as winter approaches." The first few weeks passed in a blur of training, mapping trails, and learning the rhythms of the forest. I met the other rangers during our weekly check-ins, a diverse group who shared my appreciation for solitude and natural beauty. We were each assigned to different sectors of the expansive wilderness, our cabins strategically placed to cover the most territory. It was during my 3rd month that I began to notice something off about my section of forest. At first, just subtle irregularities. Broken branches too high up for deer, unexplained silence from normally chattering birds, the occasional footprint that didn't match any known wildlife in the area. I documented everything according to protocol but received little interest from headquarters. "Probably just a bear passing through," was the standard response, though I'd seen bear tracks before and these were different, much larger, with 5 distinct toes and an almost human-like arch. The incident that changed everything happened on a brisk October evening. I was returning from a long day of trail maintenance, the fading light casting long shadows through the trees. The temperature had dropped sharply, my breath visible in clouds as I navigated the familiar path to my cabin. The silence hit me first, the complete absence of insect sounds, bird calls, even the usual rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The forest held its breath around me, waiting. Then came the smell, a powerful musky odor unlike anything I'd encountered before. Not the decay of rotting vegetation or the distinct scent of any known animal, but something primal and wrong that triggered an instinctive fear response. I quickened my pace, fighting the urge to run. Running would be a mistake. Whatever was out there might give chase. The cabin was less than half a mile away, its chimney just visible through the trees. The snap of a branch behind me shattered my composure. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the gathering darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and shadows. But I knew with absolute certainty I wasn't alone. Something massive moved just beyond the reach of my light, circling, watching. I caught glimpses, a shadow darker than the surrounding forest, movement where nothing should be moving. The brief reflection of eyes much higher off the ground than any normal predator. I backed away slowly, maintaining the beam in the direction of the disturbance. When the cabin finally came into view, I allowed myself to pick up speed, not looking back until I'd crossed the threshold and slammed the door behind me, securing every lock with trembling hands. That night, something circled my cabin for hours, heavy footsteps on the porch, breathing at the windows, testing the door with enough force to make the hinges creak in protest. I sat in the dark, shotgun across my lap, radio useless with the storm that had moved in, bringing sheets of rain that drummed against the roof. By morning, the presence had vanished, leaving only massive, mud-filled footprints disappearing into the forest and deep scratches in the wooden doorframe. I photographed everything, knowing how it would sound to others, questioning my own sanity even as I documented the evidence. What I didn't know then was that this encounter was merely the beginning. Something had claimed this forest as its territory long before humans drew boundaries and designated it a national park, something that didn't appreciate our presence, especially as winter approached and resources grew scarce. And somehow, I had caught its attention. The weekly ranger meetup became my lifeline after that first encounter. Scheduled for every Thursday at the main station, these gatherings provided not just an organizational function, but served as a crucial reminder that I wasn't completely alone in this vast wilderness. After 5 days of isolation, the sound of human voices felt almost jarring. "You look like you've seen a ghost," said Maya, sliding a steaming mug of coffee across the table toward me. Filipino by birth but raised in Vancouver, she managed the eastern sector of the park with quiet efficiency. Her cabin sat beside a series of waterfalls, the constant white noise becoming such a part of her daily experience that she claimed to hear it even during her infrequent trips to civilization. "Not a ghost," I replied, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. Something else. The main station's common room grew quiet as I recounted my experience, describing the footprints, the scratches on my door, the overwhelming sense of being hunted. I'd brought photos, though the rain had washed away much of the detail, leaving only indistinct depressions in the mud. "Sounds like you've met our local legend," said Rory, an Australian transplant who'd been working the park for nearly a decade. His weathered face creased with an expression I couldn't quite read. Not quite amusement, not quite concern. "The old-timers around here call it Shadow Walker." "Shadow Walker?" I repeated, an involuntary chill following the words. "Indigenous name," explained Zach, the youngest of our group. "Born on a reservation 300 miles north, he'd joined the ranger service straight out of high school. My grandfather used to tell stories about it. Said it was a spirit of the forest that took physical form, walking between worlds, appearing only to those who were about to face a great challenge or change." "I'm not really interested in facing either," I said, attempting humor that fell flat in the suddenly serious atmosphere. Rory leaned forward, voice dropping. "Listen, I'm not saying I believe all the legends, but something is out there. Been patrolling these forests for years, and I've seen things that don't line up with known wildlife, structures that no human made, areas where nothing grows despite perfect conditions, nights when every animal for miles goes completely silent at once. Have you ever seen it clearly?" I asked, not entirely sure I wanted the answer. "Once," he nodded slowly. 5 years back during that record snowfall. Got caught in a blizzard, visibility down to nothing. Thought I was headed toward my cabin, but I'd gotten turned around. Would have frozen to death for sure. But then I spotted a light through the snow. Followed it to a cave I'd never noticed before. As I approached the entrance, I saw it, standing there, massive, watching me. 8, maybe 9 feet tall, covered in dark fur with eyes that... He paused, shaking his head. "Look, I know how this sounds. But it led me to shelter, then disappeared back into the storm. By morning, no tracks, no sign it had ever been there." Maya touched his arm gently. "You never told us that part before." "Some things you keep to yourself if you want to keep your job," he replied with a shrug. "Official reports don't have categories for unexplained encounters with folklore." The conversation shifted to more practical matters, trail conditions, upcoming weather, supply needs, but I sensed a subtle change in how the others regarded me. I'd been initiated into something, witnessed something that marked me as truly belonging to this place. After the meeting, Zach approached me privately, pressing a small leather pouch into my hand. "My grandfather made this," he said quietly. "Protection against forest spirits. Hang it above your door." I thanked him, touched by the gesture even if I wasn't sure I believed in spiritual protection. Yet when I returned to my cabin that evening, I hung the pouch exactly as instructed, finding unexpected comfort in the small act. That night I dreamed of running through the forest, pursued by something I couldn't see but could sense drawing ever closer. I woke gasping, sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the cabin. As consciousness fully returned, I realized what had woken me. A sound from outside. Not the wind, not an animal on the porch, but something else. Wood striking wood. Rhythmic. Deliberate. Coming from the edge of the forest surrounding my cabin. I crept to the window, drawing the curtain back just enough to peer out. The moon provided sufficient light to see the tree line clearly, but revealed nothing unusual. Yet the sound continued. Hollow impacts like someone knocking a stick against a tree trunk. 3 strikes, pause, 2 strikes, pause, 3 strikes again. A pattern, a message. As I watched, searching for the source, a movement caught my eye. Something stepping from behind a massive pine at the exact edge of visibility. The silhouette was unmistakably humanoid, but far too large, its proportions wrong in ways that sent ice through my veins. It raised an arm, gripping what looked like a broken branch, and struck it against the tree once more. 3 deliberate impacts that seemed to echo across the clearing between us. I let the curtain fall back into place and retreated to my bed, understanding implicitly that I'd witnessed an invitation, or perhaps a warning. Sleep never returned that night, and by dawn I'd made a decision. If I was going to survive out here, I needed to understand what I was dealing with. It was time to do some research of my own. The regional library in the nearest town, a generous term for the cluster of buildings 40 miles from my cabin, housed a surprisingly robust collection of local history. I'd taken a rare personal day, citing equipment maintenance as my excuse, though my supervisor's knowing look suggested he understood more than I'd shared officially. "Take your time," he'd said, signing off on my request. Sometimes a ranger needs perspective. Distance helps with that. The library basement contained archives stretching back to the earliest European settlements, alongside a careful collection of indigenous accounts, transcribed by anthropologists in the early 1900s. The elderly librarian raised an eyebrow at my requested materials but offered no comment beyond, "Those haven't been checked out in years." Hours passed as I pored over brittle newspapers, faded journals, and academic papers yellowed with age. Patterns emerged slowly, disappearances that occurred in cycles roughly every 20 years. Hunters who ventured into specific valleys never returning. Logging operations abandoned after workers refused to continue, citing unexplained phenomena. And always whispered accounts of something watching from the trees. One journal entry from 1887 particularly caught my attention, written by a surveyor mapping the region. The guide refuses to continue north beyond the Twin Peaks. When pressed, he finally admitted the tribal elders consider that valley forbidden ground. "The shadow goes there to sleep," he said, "waking only when humans disturb its rest. When it wakes hungry, it does not quickly return to slumber." Superstitious nonsense, of course, yet I find myself reluctant to proceed alone. 2 weeks later, the surveyor's final entry read simply, "Something follows us. The men have heard it for 3 nights. Tomorrow I go to see for myself." The journal ended there. According to newspaper accounts filed under the same date, the survey team was never found, despite an extensive search. More recent reports used different language but described similar experiences. In 1978, a group of hikers recorded audio of strange vocalizations near their campsite, described as between a howl and speech, with deliberate inflection patterns. The original recording had been lost, but the transcript noted the sounds continued for nearly an hour before suddenly stopping, followed immediately by an unnatural silence, as though all wildlife simultaneously ceased activity. My phone buzzed, startling me from my research. A text from Maya. "Where are you? Check your radio. Everyone's looking." I'd been so absorbed I hadn't noticed the afternoon slipping away. Outside, the sky had darkened prematurely, a storm front moving in faster than forecast. I gathered my notes quickly, photographing pages I hadn't had time to properly review, and hurried to my truck. The drive back was treacherous, rain lashing the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it, the road becoming a river in sections. I was still 20 minutes from my cabin when the radio crackled to life. "Repeat, all rangers secure stations immediately. Flash flood warning issued for north and eastern sectors. Mandatory evacuation for zones 3 through 5. Acknowledge." I recognized Zach's voice, tense but professional, and grabbed the handset. "This is Zone 6 responding. En route to station now. Status?" "Where have you been?" Relief evident in his tone. "Storm hit the mountains hard. Dam operators releasing pressure. Lake's already risen 2 feet. Your cabin should be elevated enough, but access road might flood. Get there and stay put." The last mile to my cabin became increasingly difficult, water pooling in deepening puddles across the dirt road. By the time I parked, rain was coming down in sheets, the roar nearly deafening as it drummed against the truck's roof. I made a dash for the porch, soaked completely in the short distance. Inside, I quickly lit the stove for warmth and changed into dry clothes. The satellite phone showed no signal, the storm interfering with connection. I was effectively cut off until conditions improved. As darkness fell completely, the storm's intensity somehow increased. Wind howled around the cabin's corners, finding every crack and seam, creating eerie whistles and moans. I checked the windows and doors twice, then settled in for a long night, reviewing my research notes by lantern light as the electricity flickered and finally failed. That's when I noticed it. A detail from one of the tribal accounts I'd photographed, but hadn't fully read. A description of how the Shadow Walker communicated. It speaks through the forest itself, through hollow wood struck against trees, through stones clacking together, through the controlled movement of water and wind. Those who learn to listen can hear its warnings. The knocking I'd heard nights before suddenly took on new significance. Not a threat, but communication. But what was it trying to tell me? A tremendous crash outside jolted me from my thoughts. I grabbed my flashlight, pointing it toward the window. Through the curtain of rain, I could just make out that a massive tree had fallen across the access road, narrowly missing my truck. No leaving now, even if evacuation orders came through. Another crash, closer this time. Another tree down. This one at the edge of the clearing beside my cabin. The storm wasn't natural. Or rather, the storm was natural, but its target seemed suspiciously specific, blocking all potential escape routes. The flashlight beam caught something else as I scanned the damage. Movement at the forest edge. A figure impossibly tall, barely distinguishable from the surrounding trees except when it moved. It stood watching the cabin, seemingly unbothered by the torrential downpour, and then it raised its arm, pointing deliberately toward the lake. I turned my beam in that direction and felt my heart drop. The water had risen dramatically, already covering half the distance between the normal shoreline and my cabin. If the dam continued releasing pressure, this entire area would be underwater within hours. The realization hit me with horrifying clarity. I wasn't being threatened by the entity in the forest. I was being warned, but why would it care if I survived? The lake continued rising at an alarming rate. By midnight, water had crept to within 50 yards of the cabin porch, transforming the surrounding forest into a dark lagoon. Trees stood like sentinels in the shallows, their reflections creating disorienting mirror images when caught in my flashlight beam. I'd packed essential supplies, water, food, first aid kit, extra clothing, into a waterproof backpack, and kept my shotgun close at hand. Not that it would offer much protection against rising floodwaters, but its solid weight provided psychological comfort against other potential threats. The rain had finally slackened, though wind still moaned through the trees with unnatural persistence. I stood on the porch calculating options. The road was impassable, the lake advancing from the south, dense forest to the east. Only the northwest route offered higher ground, but that path led deeper into the territory where I'd encountered the shadow walker, Denali. Irony wasn't lost on me. My only escape route led directly toward what I'd been avoiding, a subtle splashing. Sound drew my attention back to the flooded forest edge. Something large was moving through the water, approaching the cabin from the southeast, the opposite direction from where I'd last seen the tall figure. Whatever this was moved differently, lower to the ground with a predatory grace. I raised my flashlight, catching a brief glimpse of sleek, dark movement before it submerged. Not human, not the shadow walker, but something else entirely. Something that used the flood to its advantage. The realization struck with chilling clarity. I wasn't dealing with just one unknown entity in these woods. A deep, reverberating sound echoed across the water. Not quite a howl, not quite a roar, but something between that raised the hair on my neck. It came from the northwest, from the direction of higher ground, from the shadow walker's territory. The splashing near the cabin stopped immediately. Whatever had been approaching retreated, water churning as it changed direction and disappeared back into the flooded forest. The message seemed clear. Territorial boundaries existed even among the unknown predators of these woods, and for whatever reason the shadow walker had just defended its claim. On me. I had little time to contemplate this development. The water had reached the bottom step of the porch, the cabin now effectively an island in a rising sea. My decision was made for me, northwest toward higher ground, toward whatever awaited me there. I secured the cabin as best I could, though I harbored no illusions about returning anytime soon. With backpack strapped tight, shotgun in hand, and a powerful flashlight to guide my way, I set off through knee-deep water toward the gradually rising forest floor beyond. The going was treacherous. Hidden obstacles beneath the murky water threatened to trip me with each step. Twice I nearly lost my balance, the weight of the pack threatening to pull me under. By the time I reached slightly elevated ground, my boots and pants were soaked through, adding uncomfortable weight to my already difficult journey. The forest here grew denser, older. Massive trees blocked much of the remaining wind, creating an eerie stillness broken only by the distant sound of rushing water and my own labored breathing. I moved as quietly as possible, following what appeared to be a game trail that wound upward through increasingly rocky terrain. An hour into my trek, I reached a small clearing dominated by a massive boulder. Exhaustion forced a brief rest. I leaned against the stone, its surface strangely warm despite the cool night air, and took a long drink from my water bottle, That's when I noticed the markings. Subtle indentations in the boulder's surface, too regular to be natural erosion. I traced them with my fingers, recognizing primitive symbols similar to those I'd seen in the library archives. This was a marker of some kind, deliberately placed and maintained. A slight sound from the trees behind me, the soft crush of leaves underfoot, sent me spinning around, shotgun raised instinctively. Nothing visible in my flashlight beam, but the feeling of being watched intensified dramatically. I backed away from the boulder, continuing along the path, pace quickening despite my fatigue. The trail steepened sharply, becoming more rock than soil as it wound up what I now recognized as one of the twin peaks mentioned in the surveyor's journal. The forbidden valley would lie just beyond. Every instinct urged retreat, but the flooded lowlands behind me offered no sanctuary. Forward was my only option. Near the summit, the trail abruptly ended at a rock face that appeared solid at first glance. Closer inspection revealed a narrow opening, a crevice just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Cool air flowed from the gap, carrying that same musky scent I'd detected during my first encounter. I hesitated, flashlight beam probing the darkness beyond. The opening appeared to lead to a cave system, potentially dry shelter, but also a perfect trap. A sound from behind made the decision for me. The unmistakable splash of something large moving through water far below, advancing quickly up the trail I'd just climbed. Whatever had retreated earlier had apparently changed its mind about territorial boundaries. I slipped through the crevice, finding myself in a narrow tunnel that widened after several yards into a surprisingly large cavern. My flashlight revealed walls covered in more elaborate versions of the symbols from the boulder outside. Curving lines, handprints, stylized figures that seemed to tell a story I couldn't decipher. The cave extended deeper into the mountain, but a smaller opening to my right revealed a ledge overlooking the valley beyond. I moved cautiously toward it, seeking a defensive position with visibility. What I saw from that vantage point defied explanation. The valley below, protected from the storm by surrounding peaks, contained structures, not human dwellings, but not entirely natural formations either. Massive trees had been bent and intertwined to create shelter-like spaces. Stone arrangements formed patterns visible even from my elevated position, and moving among these structures were figures, tall, powerful forms that walked upright yet were clearly not human. I counted 7 distinct individuals, varying in size but all massive compared to human proportions. They moved with purpose, some gathering around what appeared to be a central meeting area, others standing watch at various points around the valley perimeter. A community. An actual organized community of creatures that weren't supposed to exist. I must have made some sound, a gasp of surprise, a shift of equipment because suddenly, as though choreographed, every figure in the valley below froze and turned in my direction. I retreated from the opening, heart pounding, pressing myself against the cave wall. Too late, they detected my presence. The question now was whether they would come for me or simply wait for me to leave their territory. Heavy footsteps answered that question, approaching the base of the mountain below my position. They were coming, and from the sounds echoing up from the valley, they were coming in numbers. I readied my shotgun, though I harbored no illusions about its effectiveness against multiple adversaries of their size. As the footsteps grew closer, I realized I had only moments to decide: stay and confront what was coming, or attempt to flee back the way I'd come, potentially straight into the path of the water predator. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the cave, 3 distinct knocks against stone. The same pattern I'd heard that night by my cabin. A communication, perhaps even an announcement of presence. "I mean no harm," I called out, voice steadier than I expected. "I was forced here by the flood." Silence followed my words, then another series of knocks, different pattern this time. Responding? Questioning. A massive shadow fell across the cave entrance. I raised my flashlight, illuminating what stood there. 9 feet tall at minimum, broad-shouldered and powerful, covered in dark fur that held the sheen of recent rain. Its face was more expressive than I'd anticipated, deep-set eyes reflecting my light with amber intelligence, a heavy brow, a mouth that seemed capable of both bestial roars and more nuanced vocalizations. The Shadow Walker had found me, and somehow I knew with perfect clarity that my fate would be decided in the next few moments. Time stretched between us as we regarded each other, human and not human, both intelligent species sharing an unexpected proximity neither had planned. I lowered my shotgun slowly, deliberately placing it on the ground beside me. A peace offering, or perhaps simply an acknowledgement of its uselessness in this situation. The creature, I could no longer think of it as simply a monster or beast, made a sound low in its throat, almost thoughtful. Then, with movements that displayed surprising dexterity, it raised its massive hands and formed a series of gestures. Sign language, I realized with shock. Not American Sign Language as I knew it, but something similar in concept. Deliberate hand movements conveying meaning. It repeated the sequence slower this time, clearly expecting comprehension. "I don't understand," I said quietly, then mimicked confusion with my own hands. Palms up, shoulders raised. The Shadow Walker tilted its head, considering. Then it extended one long arm, pointing first at me, then making a sweeping gesture toward the valley below, followed by a clear negative motion. Head shake. Hand waved in prohibition. The message seemed obvious. "You don't belong here." "The flood," I explained, pantomiming rising water, then pointed back down the mountain. I couldn't stay. Another series of gestures, more complex this time, but ending with that same sweeping motion toward the valley, the same prohibition. "I'll leave when I can," I promised, making walking motions with my fingers, then pointing away from the valley. When the water recedes, the creature seemed to consider this, massive chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Then unexpectedly, it lowered itself to a seated position at the cave entrance, effectively blocking the only exit but making its posture less threatening. We had reached a temporary truce, it seemed. Minutes passed in silence. I remained pressed against the wall, hyper-aware of every sound and movement. The Shadow Walker occasionally shifted position but maintained its vigilant watch. From outside came other sounds, calls exchanged between unseen entities in the valley below, presumably the others I'd glimpsed earlier. Finally, I ventured a question, keeping my voice low and calm. "What are you?" The creature's eyes, remarkably expressive, regarded me with what I could only interpret as weary resignation, as if this question had been asked by humans throughout centuries, with never a satisfactory answer possible across the species divide. Instead of attempting explanation, it reached toward one of the wall markings near the entrance, a stylized figure with long limbs standing beside a much smaller human form. It touched the larger figure, then placed that same hand against its own chest. Identity. "You've been here a long time," I said, understanding dawning. "Before us." A slow, deliberate nod, a human gesture it had learned through observation, I realized. Communication adapted to cross the barrier between our kinds. More pieces fell into place as I studied the wall markings visible from my position. They weren't just symbols but a recorded history, showing the arrival of indigenous peoples, coexistence then conflict as European settlers pushed into the territory. "The floods," I said suddenly, remembering the cyclical disappearances in the records. "They happen regularly, every 20 years or so. You know when they're coming." The creature made a rumbling sound, neither confirmation nor denial, but its eyes remained fixed on mine with unmistakable intelligence. "You warned me," I continued, the realization striking deeper. "The knocking at night." Pointing to the lake. "You were warning me about the flood." This time a definite nod, but why? The question escaped before I could consider whether it might cause offense. "Why warn me specifically?" The Shadow Walker rose in a fluid motion that belied its size, moving deeper into the cave rather than toward me. It gestured for me to follow, its meaning unmistakable despite the absence of words. Hesitantly, I obeyed, keeping a cautious distance as we moved through the main cavern toward another passage I hadn't noticed previously. This tunnel sloped upward, climbing further into the mountain, occasionally branching into smaller chambers before continuing. Finally, we emerged into a space that stole my breath. A vast underground chamber where crystals embedded in the ceiling caught and amplified my flashlight beam, creating an ethereal, starlit effect. But it wasn't the natural beauty that held me transfixed. The walls of this chamber contained the most elaborate markings yet, not just symbols and figures, but something approaching written language. And interspersed among these indigenous-style records were more recent additions, pages from books, maps, photographs, all carefully preserved behind protective coverings of what appeared to be handcrafted resin. A library. A historical record maintained by creatures humanity had relegated to myth. The Shadow Walker moved to one section of wall, indicating a collection of more recent items. I approached cautiously, flashlight revealing newspaper clippings, official-looking documents, and photographs that documented the establishment of the national park. Among them was a familiar face. My supervisor, decades younger, standing beside a much older ranger. Both were pointing at a map, unaware of the camera capturing their image. The creature tapped the photograph, then made a gesture I interpreted as connection or relationship. "My supervisor knew about you," I whispered, understanding flooding through me. That's why he wasn't concerned when I reported strange findings. He already knew. A slow nod confirmed my suspicion. The ranger position. It wasn't random that I got this assignment, was it? "You've been watching us watching you." The Shadow Walker made a sound almost like a sigh, then indicated another photograph. This one showing a cabin that looked remarkably like mine, but from decades earlier, with a different ranger standing on its porch. Beside this was pinned a more disturbing image. The same cabin partially submerged in floodwater. Rescue personnel retrieving what was clearly a body. "The last flood," I murmured. "The ranger didn't survive." The creature touched the image of the dead ranger, then pointed to the cave around us, then back at the photograph. The meaning seemed clear. They had tried to warn that ranger too, but failed. History they didn't want to repeat. "A relationship," I said slowly. "You need rangers who understand what's really in these woods, who know when to keep secrets." The Shadow Walker's eyes held mine, measuring, judging. Then it extended a massive hand toward me, not touching but offering something I hadn't noticed it carrying. A small wooden object intricately carved into a shape resembling the symbols on the cave walls. A token, an identification, perhaps even an invitation. I accepted it carefully, feeling the weight of implications far heavier than the object itself.
"What happens now?"
I asked quietly. The creature made a series of gestures I interpreted as, "Wait. Return when safe." "And after that?" "When I go back to my duties?" Its final gesture was simple but unmistakable. An open hand extended toward the valley, the prohibition notably absent. Access granted, with conditions understood but unspoken. Knowledge shared but with responsibility attached. When dawn finally broke, the rain had stopped completely. From the mountain ledge, I could see the floodwaters already beginning to recede, revealing damage throughout the forest below. My cabin still stood, though surrounded by water and debris. Recovery would take weeks. Of my unusual guide, there was no sign. It had led me to a safe observation point, then disappeared back into shadowed passages with deliberate footsteps that gradually faded to silence. I clutched the wooden token in my pocket, its edges already smooth from my unconscious handling. Tangible proof that I hadn't imagined the night's events, though I knew better than to share it, or any of what I'd experienced, with anyone except perhaps my supervisor, who clearly had secrets of his own to explain. The forest I'd thought I knew was transformed irrevocably in my perception. Not just trees and wildlife and scenic vistas for tourists to photograph, but a complex ecosystem where humans were neither the first inhabitants nor the most mysterious. As I began the careful descent toward what remained of the normal world, I understood with perfect clarity that I would never leave this place. Not permanently. The Shadow Walker had marked me not as prey, but as something far more complicated. A bridge between worlds, a keeper of necessary secrets, and in the deepest wilderness, where ancient eyes watched from shadows between the trees, that role might prove the most important work of my life. The silence in the Alaskan wilderness has a weight to it that most people never understand. It presses against your eardrums like deep water, broken only by the crack of settling timber or the distant call of a raven. After 18 months in Denali's backcountry, I'd grown to appreciate that silence. It meant no one was lost, no one was dying, and no one needed me to risk my neck pulling them out of whatever mess they'd wandered into. My name is Coda Blackfeather, and I became a park ranger for the worst possible reason. I was broke, desperate, and running out of options. The student loans had piled up like snowdrift after my anthropology degree proved as useful as a screen door on a submarine. 3 years of unemployment, odd jobs, and rejection letters had whittled my savings down to nothing when the National Park Service posted an opening for a backcountry ranger position in Alaska. Remote duty, minimal supervision, housing provided. I jumped at it despite having never set foot in wilderness more challenging than a city park. The housing provided turned out to be a 12 by 16 cabin constructed sometime during the Carter administration. The walls were chinked logs that let in more cold than they kept out, and the wood-burning stove produced more smoke than heat. But it was mine, rent-free, and after sleeping on friends' couches for 6 months, it felt like a palace. The cabin sat in a clearing roughly 40 miles northeast of the main ranger station, accessible only by snowmobile in winter or ATV in the brief summer months. Solar panels on the roof powered a radio, a few LED lights, and not much else. Most of my days involved patrol routes through the designated wilderness areas, maintaining trail markers, checking on permitted camping sites, and occasionally helping lost hikers find their way back to civilization. The work suited me more than I'd expected. There's something clarifying about walking 15 miles through pristine forest with nothing but your thoughts and the rhythm of your boots on dirt. The pay was barely above minimum wage, but with no rent and limited ways to spend money, I was actually saving for the first time in years. The isolation didn't bother me initially. I'd grown up on the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana, where the nearest neighbor might be miles away and you learned early to be comfortable with solitude. My grandmother used to tell stories about the old days when our people moved through the mountains and plains with only the spirits for company. The land remembers everything, she'd say, running her weathered fingers through my hair. Respect it and it will protect you. Ignore its warnings and it will teach you why your ancestors feared the dark. I thought about those words often during my first winter in Alaska, when the darkness lasted 20 hours a day and the snow fell so thick it muffled even the sound of your own breathing. The isolation became something different then, heavier, more present. But I adapted. Humans are remarkably good at adapting to circumstances that would have seemed impossible just weeks before. The incident that changed everything happened on a Tuesday in late February. I was monitoring radio chatter when a panicked voice crackled through the static. "Base, this is Charlie 77. We have a situation." "Over." I recognized the voice as Jake Mullis, one of the helicopter pilots who ran supply drops to remote research stations. Jake was typically unflappable, the kind of guy who could land on a postage stamp in a crosswind and make it look easy. "Go ahead." "Charlie 77, came the response from base station. "I've got 3 hikers missing from the Teklanica sector. They were due back at the lodge yesterday evening. No contact since Monday morning. Requesting immediate search assistance, over." I grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Ranger Blackfeather. I'm approximately 12 miles from Teklanica. I can be on scene in 4 hours, over." "Copy that, Blackfeather. Proceed to last known position. Charlie 77 will provide coordinates. Weather window is closing fast. Storm front moving in from the northwest. You'll have maybe 6 hours before conditions deteriorate." "Over." Jake's voice returned, tight with concern. "Ranger, these aren't weekend warriors. They're experienced climbers from Anchorage. Something's wrong." I was already pulling on my gear as he transmitted the GPS coordinates. 3 missing hikers and deteriorating weather meant I had a narrow window to locate them before a rescue became a recovery operation. I'd been on 4 searches during my time in Alaska. 2 successful, one where we found the hiker's body, and one where we never found anything at all. The coordinates placed them in a section of wilderness I'd patrolled only twice before. The terrain was challenging. Steep ridges, dense timber, and several creek beds that could become torrents overnight if the temperature rose. It was also an area that featured prominently in local folklore, though I tried not to put much stock in campfire stories. The Athabascan peoples who'd lived in this region for centuries had names for certain places that roughly translated to where shadows walk or the hungry ground. The stories varied, but the common thread involved areas where people disappeared, where animals behaved strangely, and where even experienced hunters refused to venture after dark. I'd heard similar stories growing up on the reservation, tales of Wendigo, skinwalkers, and things that wore human faces but carried ancient hungers. My grandmother believed every word. I'd learned to file them under cultural heritage and focus on more practical concerns like hypothermia and bear. Encounters. The snowshoe trek to the Teclanica sector took 3.5 hours through terrain that ranged from challenging to genuinely dangerous. By the time I reached the coordinates Jake had provided, the wind was picking up and the temperature was dropping fast. I found their camp easily enough. 2 tents properly secured, a cold fire ring with the ashes scattered according to leave no trace principles, and food properly stored in bear canisters. Everything suggested experienced outdoor enthusiasts who knew what they were doing. What I didn't find was any sign of where they'd gone. Their tracks led away from camp in a generally eastward direction, but after about a quarter mile, something strange happened. The 3 sets of boot prints suddenly became 2, then 1, then none at all. Not as if they'd reached rock or hard ground where tracks wouldn't show. The snow was consistent and several inches deep. The track simply stopped, as if 3 people had vanished into thin air. I spent 2 hours expanding my search pattern, looking for any indication of their route. The storm front was moving in faster than predicted, and I could hear Jake's helicopter in the distance fighting increasing winds as he conducted an aerial search. Finally, with visibility dropping and the temperature falling below 0, I had to make the call every ranger dreads. Base. This is Blackfeather. No sign of the missing hikers. Weather conditions deteriorating rapidly. Requesting permission to establish shelter and resume search at first light. Over. Copy, Blackfeather. Discretion is yours. Charlie 77 is returning to base. We'll have additional resources on scene tomorrow morning if weather permits. Over. I set up my emergency shelter in the lee of a large spruce tree, approximately 50 yards from the missing hikers' camp. The wind was howling now, driving snow horizontally through the trees and creating a whiteout that limited visibility to perhaps 10 feet. I heated water for a hot meal and tried to make sense of what I'd found. 3 experienced hikers don't simply vanish. People leave traces, broken branches, scuffed bark, disturbed ground. Even in the best conditions, even when they're trying to move without leaving sign, humans impact their environment in dozens of subtle ways. But these 3 had left nothing beyond that quarter mile of tracks that ended in unmarked snow. As darkness fell and the storm intensified, I found myself thinking about my grandmother's stories. About things that walked on 2 legs but weren't human. About places where the boundary between the physical world and something else grew thin. About the importance of respecting warnings that came from generations of accumulated wisdom. The rational part of my mind, the part with a college degree and federal training, dismissed such thoughts as stress and isolation playing tricks. But another part, deeper and older, whispered that some warnings exist for very good reasons. I was settling in for what promised to be a long, cold night when I heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Somewhere in the howling darkness beyond my shelter, carried on the wind like a message from another world, came the sound of human laughter. The laughter lasted maybe 10 seconds before the wind swallowed it, leaving me to wonder if I'd heard anything at all. Storm winds can play tricks on your ears, make tree branches sound like voices, transform settling snow into footsteps. After 4 hours of searching through empty wilderness for 3 missing people, my mind was probably filling in sounds that weren't there. But the laughter had been so distinctly human. Not the wild cackle of a loon or the barking of foxes, but genuine human amusement. The kind of sound you'd hear around a campfire or in a tavern, completely incongruous with a howling blizzard in the middle of nowhere. I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my radio. Base, this is Blackfeather. Do we have any other personnel in the Teclanica sector? Over. Static crackled for several seconds before the response came through. Negative, Blackfeather. You're the only ranger in that area. Nearest personnel are at Mile 23 station, approximately 40 miles south of your position. Over. Copy. Just checking. Blackfeather out. I lay back down, but sleep was impossible now. Every sound the wind made against my shelter could be footsteps. Every creak and groan of the trees could be something moving just beyond the thin walls of my tent. I'd experienced similar paranoia during my first few months in Alaska. The isolation and darkness can play serious games with your head, but this felt different. More immediate. Around midnight, the storm began to subside. The wind dropped from a howl to a whisper, and the driving snow settled into intermittent flurries. In the relative quiet, I could hear the normal sounds of a winter forest. The soft whisper of snow sliding off pine boughs, the distant crack of a tree settling in the cold. the almost inaudible patter of snow crystals hitting my tent, and then I heard the singing. It was faint, almost below the threshold of hearing, but unmistakably human, a wordless melody that seemed to drift through the trees like smoke. The tune was haunting. Not quite familiar, but somehow recognizable, as if I'd heard it in dreams or half-remembered childhood lullabies. This time I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and pistol, pulled on my boots, and unzipped the tent flap. The cold hit me like a physical blow, but I stepped out into the snowy clearing and listened intently. Nothing. The forest was completely silent except for the soft settling of snow and my own breathing. I played my flashlight beam through the trees, looking for any sign of movement. The light reflected off 1,000 ice crystals, creating a dazzling display that revealed nothing useful. I stood there for perhaps 5 minutes, straining my ears and scanning the darkness, but heard only wilderness sounds. When I finally retreated to my shelter, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There, in the fresh snow beside my tent, was a single human footprint. It was large, maybe size 12 or 13, and recent enough that it hadn't yet filled with blowing snow. The tread pattern looked like a hiking boot, similar to what the missing hikers would have been wearing. But what made it truly unsettling was its location. The print was less than 3 feet from the side of my tent, where my head had been resting. Someone had approached my shelter silently enough to avoid waking me, stood there for unknown reasons, then departed just as quietly. I followed the track with my flashlight, but it led only a few yards before disappearing on a patch of wind-scoured rock. No other prints were visible in any direction, just that single footprint beside my tent, as if someone had materialized there for a moment before vanishing again. The rest of the night passed in fitful dozing, interrupted by every small sound. When dawn finally arrived, gray and overcast but mercifully calm, I was exhausted and jumpy but grateful to see daylight. I broke camp quickly and resumed the search for the missing hikers. With the systematic thoroughness that federal training had drilled into me, the search pattern I'd established the previous day had covered roughly 2 square miles around their last known position. Now I expanded outward, looking for any sign of their passage. Modern search and rescue doctrine emphasizes grid patterns and methodical coverage. But after 6 hours of finding nothing, I decided to try a different approach. My grandmother had taught me to track when I was 12 years old. Not the kind of tracking they teach in ranger school, looking for obvious signs like broken branches and clear footprints, but the older kind that relied on intuition as much as observation. Reading the subtle signs that animals leave, understanding how creatures move through landscape, sensing the presence of life in apparently empty places. Tracking is not about following footprints, she'd said during one of our walks through the foothills near the reservation. Tracking is about becoming quiet enough to hear what the land is trying to tell you. I found a high ridge overlooking the search area and sat motionless for 20 minutes, just watching and listening, not looking for anything specific, but trying to sense anything that felt wrong or out of place. It was a technique that had seemed like mystical nonsense during my college years, but had proven surprisingly effective during my time in Alaska. After several minutes, I noticed something. About half a mile to the northeast, in a section of forest I hadn't yet searched, there was an area where the snow looked different. Not obviously disturbed, but somehow less pristine than the surrounding terrain. The difference was subtle. A slight mottled quality to the surface, as if the snow had been walked on and then partially obscured by wind. I made my way down from the ridge and approached the area carefully. As I got closer, I could see that my instinct had been correct. The snow showed signs of significant foot traffic, but someone had made an effort to conceal it. Branches had been used to brush out obvious prints, and snow had been scattered to break up the pattern of disturbance. But you can't completely hide the passage of 3 people through fresh snow, especially if you know what to look for. Following the faint trail required stopping every few yards to reorient, but the sign was there. Compressed snow, disturbed vegetation, the occasional partial print that had been missed in the concealment effort. The trail led deeper into the forest, away from any established routes and into terrain that would challenge even experienced hikers. After following it for nearly an hour, I crested a small hill and saw something that made me radio for immediate backup. Below me, in a natural clearing perhaps 100 yards across, was a camp. Not the kind of camp that weekend hikers establish. This was something much more elaborate and permanent. I counted at least 6 large canvas shelters arranged in a rough circle around a central fire pit. Smoke was rising from the pit, indicating recent activity. Several structures that looked like drying racks or equipment storage stood at the perimeter of the clearing. Most disturbing of all, 3 people were moving around the camp with the easy familiarity of long-term residents. I pulled out my binoculars and studied the scene more carefully. 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in winter gear that looked expensive and well-maintained. Even at a distance, they appeared healthy and uninjured. One of them was tending the fire while the others worked on what looked like equipment maintenance or food preparation. These had to be the missing hikers, but something was very wrong with the picture. People don't disappear from their established camp, hike several miles through difficult terrain while concealing their tracks, and then set up an elaborate base camp with structures that would have taken days to construct. I was reaching for my radio to report the find when one of the figures looked up directly at my position. Even though I was well concealed in the tree line and at least 200 yards away, he seemed to look right at me. For a moment that stretched much longer than it should have, we stared at each other across the distance. Then he smiled and raised his hand in a friendly wave. The gesture was so normal, so completely at odds with the strangeness of the situation, that I found myself automatically raising my own hand to wave back. The moment I did, I realized my mistake. I was supposed to be conducting a stealth reconnaissance of what might be a dangerous situation, and I'd just announced my presence to whoever was down there. All 3 figures were looking at me now. The woman cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, her voice carrying clearly in the cold air. "Hello there. Are you looking for us?" The question was so casual, so friendly, that it took me a moment to process how wrong it sounded. These people had been missing for nearly 2 days. They should be desperate for rescue, not greeting a searcher as if he were a neighbor dropping by for coffee. I called back. "I'm with the National Park Service. Are you the hiking party that was reported missing from the Tiklanaka campsite?" "That's us," the woman replied cheerfully. "Sorry for the confusion. We decided to extend our trip a few days. Come on down and warm up by the fire." Everything about the situation violated my training and instincts. You don't just invite unknown individuals into your remote camp. You don't set up an elaborate base camp in an unregistered location, and you certainly don't act completely unconcerned when a search and rescue operation is underway because you're overdue. But part of me wanted to go down there. Part of me was curious about their camp and their apparently excellent spirits, despite spending 2 nights in sub-zero weather. Part of me wanted to believe this was just a simple misunderstanding that could be resolved with a friendly conversation around their fire. That part of me was growing stronger by the moment, and that scared me more than anything else about the entire situation. I stood on that hillside for what felt like an eternity, fighting against an almost overwhelming urge to walk down to their camp. The rational part of my mind was screaming warnings. This situation was wrong in ways I couldn't articulate but could definitely feel. 3 people don't vanish from their campsite without a trace, only to surface 2 days later in an elaborate camp that shouldn't exist. But the longer I looked at them, the more reasonable their invitation seemed. They were waving now, all 3 of them, gesturing for me to come down. The woman called out again. "It's really no trouble. We have hot coffee and plenty of food." Coffee. The word hit me like a physical force. I'd been running on adrenaline and cold rations for nearly 18 hours, and the thought of hot coffee around a warm fire was almost irresistible. My feet actually took a step forward before I caught myself. That involuntary movement broke whatever spell had been settling over me. I stepped back into the tree line and keyed my radio with shaking hands. "Base, this is Blackfeather. I've located the missing hikers. They appear unharmed, but the situation is unusual. Requesting instructions. Over." The response came back immediately. "Outstanding work, Blackfeather. Are they injured? Do they require immediate medical assistance?" Over. I looked down at the camp again. The 3 figures were still watching me, still waving occasionally, but they'd stopped calling out. They seemed content to wait for me to make a decision. Negative on injuries. They appear healthy and well-equipped. But something's not right about this situation. They've established a semi-permanent camp in an unregistered location, and they're acting like being missing for 2 days is no big deal. Recommend caution. Over. Copy that. What's your assessment of the threat level? Over. I considered the question carefully. 3 friendly hikers around a campfire didn't seem threatening in any conventional sense. But every instinct I'd inherited from generations of people who'd survived in dangerous places was telling me to get away from this area as quickly as possible. Unknown threat level. Request backup before making contact. High position is... I rattled off the GPS coordinates and a description of the terrain. I can maintain visual surveillance until additional personnel arrive. Over. Understood. We'll have a team to you by 1500 hours, weather permitting. Maintain your position and avoid direct contact until backup arrives. Over. That gave me roughly 4 hours to watch and wait. I settled into a concealed position with good sight lines to the camp and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. For the first hour, the 3 hikers went about what appeared to be normal camp activities. They tended the fire, moved equipment around, and seemed to be preparing a meal. Occasionally, one of them would look up in my direction and wave, as if checking to see if I was still there. Their behavior was friendly, but persistent in a way that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Around noon, something changed. I was studying their camp through binoculars when I noticed that one of the men had vanished. Not walked out of sight, vanished. I'd been watching him work near the fire pit, looked away for perhaps 30 seconds to scan the surrounding area, and when I looked back, he was gone. I searched the entire camp with the binoculars but could only see 2 figures now, the woman and the remaining man. Neither showed any concern about their missing companion. They continued their activities as if nothing had happened. 20 minutes later, he reappeared. One moment there were 2 people in the camp. The next moment there were 3 again. He seemed to materialize near the edge of the clearing, walking casually toward the fire, as if he'd simply stepped out of sight for a moment. I was beginning to suspect that exhaustion and stress were affecting my perception when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, hand automatically going to my sidearm, and found myself facing the missing man. He was standing perhaps 20 feet away, hands visible and empty, wearing the same winter gear I'd observed in the camp below. He looked perfectly normal, middle-aged, slightly overweight, the kind of guy you'd see at any suburban REI store buying equipment for a weekend trip. "Hey there," he said with a friendly smile. "Didn't mean to startle you. I thought I'd come up and introduce myself properly." My mind raced through the logistics of what I was seeing. The camp was at least a quarter mile away and downhill through dense forest. Even moving fast, it should have taken him 15 minutes minimum to reach my position. I'd been watching the camp continuously except for brief moments, and I hadn't seen him leave. "That's close enough," I said, keeping my hand near my weapon. "I'm going to need you to stay right where you are until my backup arrives." His smile widened. "Backup? There's really no need for that. We're just some hikers who decided to extend our trip a few days. No laws against that, right? You were reported missing. People are worried about you, and you failed to register this campsite with the Park Service, which is required for overnight stays in the backcountry." "Paperwork," he said dismissively. "We're experienced outdoorsmen. We don't need the government's permission to enjoy public lands." There was something off about his voice. The words were normal enough, but the cadence was wrong. Too measured, like someone carefully pronouncing phrases in a foreign language. And his eyes never blinked. I'd been staring at him for several minutes, and I hadn't seen him blink once. "I understand your position," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But I'm going to need all 3 of you to pack up your camp and return to the registered area with me. We can sort out the paperwork later." "Oh, I don't think that's going to work for us," he said, and his smile took on a quality that made my blood run cold. "We are quite comfortable where we are. In fact, we'd really like you to join us." The way he said "join us" carried implications that had nothing to do with sharing coffee around a campfire. I took a step backward and drew my weapon. "I'm instructing you to return to your camp and wait for additional Park Service personnel. Do not approach any closer." He laughed then, and it was the same sound I'd heard during the storm the night before. Not quite human laughter, too deep, lasting too long, with undertones that seemed to vibrate in frequencies below the range of normal hearing. "You know," he said conversationally, "your grandmother would have recognized what we are immediately. She understood the old stories. Too bad you forgot them." The mention of my grandmother hit me like ice water. There was no way this stranger could know anything about my family history. I hadn't mentioned my grandmother to anyone since arriving in Alaska, and certainly not to 3 missing hikers I'd never met. "How do you know about my grandmother?" "She told wonderful stories," he continued, ignoring my question. "Stories about things that walk between worlds. Things that wear faces but aren't bound by the same limitations as the creatures they imitate. She tried to teach you, but you stopped listening when you went away to college. Everything he was saying was impossible. My grandmother had died 3 years ago, and her stories about skinwalkers and other traditional dangers were known only to family members. But he was recounting details of conversations I'd had with her decades earlier. Conversations I'd never shared with another living person. "You're not human," I said. It wasn't a question. His smile became something terrible. "Very good. You're quicker than most, but understanding what we are doesn't change what happens next." I glanced quickly toward the camp below. The other two figures were gone. The camp itself looked different somehow. Less solid, like a photograph that had been exposed to too much light. As I watched, it seemed to flicker and fade until nothing remained but empty forest. They were never really there, were they? The camp? The other people? He chuckled. "We find that humans respond better to familiar situations. Lost hikers, friendly campers, innocent explanations for impossible things. Your mind wants to make sense of what you're seeing, so we give it something rational to grasp. What do you want? What we've always wanted. What your people used to understand before they forgot the old ways." His form seemed to shimmer slightly, as if heat waves were rising from his body despite the freezing temperature. "We want to replace you, to wear your face and walk in your world, to take your life and make it ours." The stories my grandmother had told suddenly didn't seem like folklore anymore. Skinwalkers. Beings that could take human form but retained their essential nature as predators. Creatures that existed in the spaces between the physical and spiritual worlds, drawn to isolated places where the boundaries grew thin. "You can't just take someone's identity," I said, backing away slowly. "People would notice, and would they?" He tilted his head with predatory curiosity. "You live alone in a cabin 40 miles from the nearest person. You check in by radio once a week. You have no close relationships, no family nearby. No one who would notice subtle changes in behavior. You're perfect for our purposes." He was right, and that realization was almost as terrifying as the creature itself. I'd isolated myself so completely that I could disappear and weeks might pass before anyone noticed. Even then, they'd assume I'd quit or been transferred. No one would come looking. "The other hikers," I said. "The real ones. What happened to them?" "They served their purpose. We needed to bring you here, away from any possibility of help, to a place where the old agreements still hold power, where things like us can walk freely." His eyes, and I was now certain they weren't human eyes despite appearing normal at first glance, fixed on mine with predatory intensity. "They're part of us now, just as you will be." I raised my weapon and pointed it at his chest. "Stay back." He laughed again, that same inhuman sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Iron and lead won't help you here, grandson of story keepers. This place remembers older laws than the ones written by your government." But even as he spoke, something my grandmother had taught me surfaced from childhood memory. Iron might not stop a skinwalker, but there were other defenses. Older protections that worked even in a world that had forgotten most of its monsters. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small medicine bag my grandmother had given me on my 18th birthday. I'd carried it everywhere for 20 years, more from habit than belief. A leather pouch containing sage, sweetgrass, and stones from sacred places. The moment it came into view, the creature's confident expression changed to something approaching fear. "Ah," he said softly, "perhaps you remember more than we thought." The medicine bag felt warm in my hand despite the freezing air, and I could smell sage and sweetgrass even through the leather. My grandmother's voice came back to me across the years, patient and certain. "Some protections are older than the things they protect against. Remember that, child. Remember when the modern world fails you." The creature wearing a hiker's face took a step backward, its earlier confidence replaced by wariness. "You don't know how to use that properly. Your generation forgot the words, forgot the rituals." "Maybe," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded, "but you're afraid of it anyway." I held the medicine bag up between us like a shield and began backing away slowly. The creature followed but maintained its distance, circling like a predator looking for an opening. Its human disguise was beginning to slip, edges blurring, proportions shifting subtly, movements becoming too fluid for genuine human anatomy. "You can't run forever," it said. "This is our territory now. We've marked it, claimed it, Your people abandoned these places to things like us when they stopped believing in anything but metal and electricity. It was right about the running. I was in the middle of nowhere with at least 4 hours until backup arrived, assuming the weather held and the helicopter could land. My snowshoes and winter gear would slow me down, and I had no illusions about outrunning something that might not be entirely bound by physical limitations, but my grandmother hadn't just taught me about protection, she'd taught me about fighting back. You know what's funny? I said, continuing to back away while keeping the medicine bag visible. You talk about territory and marking, but you're here alone. No pack, no family group. That's not how apex predators operate. Something flickered across its face, anger maybe, or embarrassment. What would you know about our ways? I know that truly dangerous things don't spend time trying to convince their prey to come along quietly. They just take what they want. I was thinking fast now, drawing on half-remembered stories and anthropological training. You're not hunting me because you're strong. You're hunting me because you're weak. The creature's form rippled like water, the human mask slipping for a moment to reveal something underneath that I didn't want to look at directly. When it stabilized, its voice carried new edges of fury. Weak? We are older than your species. We walked these lands when your ancestors were cowering around fires, afraid of every shadow. Then why do you need to steal human form? Why not hunt in your original shape? I was pushing now, using every bit of psychology I could remember. Sounds like something that's forgotten how to be what it really is. That hit home. The creature snarled, a sound no human throat could produce, and dropped all pretense of human behavior. It began moving in a low crouch, hands and feet touching the ground, approaching me with the sinuous grace of something built for killing. I pulled out my radio and keyed the transmit button. Base, this is Blackfeather. Emergency situation. The missing hikers are not what they appear to be. Something's wearing their faces. I'm being stalked by... The creature lunged forward with inhuman speed, covering 20 feet in a single bound. I threw myself sideways and rolled, clutching the medicine bag against my chest. Claws raked through the air where I'd been standing, and I heard the sick sound of them gouging bark from a tree trunk. When I came up from the roll, the thing was crouched between me and the direction I'd been retreating. Up close, the human disguise was paper-thin. The proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, joints bending at impossible angles, eyes that reflected light like an animal's. It was still recognizably the hiker I'd first seen, but overlaid with something that might have been wearing his skin like an ill-fitting coat. Enough games, it hissed. Give us your face. It sprang again, and this time I wasn't fast enough. Claws raked across my chest, shredding my heavy jacket and finding flesh underneath. Pain exploded through my ribs as I stumbled backward, blood steaming in the cold air. But the medicine bag was still in my hand, and as the creature's claws touched my skin, something extraordinary happened. The leather pouch flared with warmth that had nothing to do with body heat, and the creature shrieked as if it had been burned. It recoiled, nursing claws that seemed to smoke in the frigid air. Iron may not harm us, it spat, but the old medicines still bite. I pressed my advantage, holding the medicine bag forward like a weapon. My grandmother was Blackfeet medicine woman. She taught me more than you know. That was a lie. My grandmother had been a schoolteacher who happened to remember traditional stories. But the creature didn't need to know that. It was backing away now, hissing and spitting like an angry cat. She taught me that things like you are parasites, I continued, advancing slowly. You can't create, only steal. You can't build, only destroy. You're not predators, you're scavengers feeding on the leavings of better things. Lies, it snarled, but there was less conviction in its voice. She taught me that you're afraid of being seen for what you really are. That's why you steal faces, steal lives. Because looking at your true form is like looking at death itself. I was making most of this up, combining fragments of traditional stories with educated guesses about the psychology of things that might once have been human. But something in my words was hitting home. The creature's form was becoming less stable, flickering between the stolen human shape and something I didn't want to see clearly. She taught me that the old medicines work because they connect us to something you can never touch, something you can never steal or corrupt. I held the medicine bag higher and felt that strange warmth spreading up my arm. She taught me that things like you exist in the spaces between worlds, but that connection grounds us in the real one. The creature let out a sound of pure rage and launched itself at me one final time. But instead of dodging, I stepped forward to meet it, pressing the medicine bag against its chest as its claws found my throat. For a moment we were locked together in a deadly embrace. I could feel its strength, far greater than any human's, and knew that it could tear me apart without effort. But the medicine bag was burning now, bright enough to see through my closed eyelids, and the creature was screaming. The sound cut off abruptly, and suddenly I was holding nothing but shredded clothing and the stench of something burning. The creature was gone, not fled, but gone entirely, as if it had never existed. I stood there in the sudden silence, bleeding from a dozen claw wounds and shaking with adrenaline. The medicine bag had cooled in my hand, but I could still smell sage and sweetgrass mixing with the scent of scorched earth. My radio crackled to life. "Blackfeather, this is base. We lost your transmission. Please respond." "Over." I keyed the microphone with trembling fingers. "Base, this is Blackfeather. Situation resolved. The missing hikers." I paused, trying to figure out how to explain what had happened. "The missing hikers are deceased. I'll need a recovery team and a medical evac. Over." "Copy that. What's your condition?" "Over." I looked down at the tears in my jacket, at the blood seeping through my thermal layers. "I'll live, but I'm going to need some stitches, and I'm going to need someone to believe a very strange story. Over." There was a long pause before the response came. "Help is en route. Maintain your position." "Over." I found a large fallen log and sat down heavily, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me shaky and nauseous. I pulled out my first aid kit and did what I could for the worst of the cuts, but I'd need professional medical attention soon. While I waited for the rescue team, I thought about what I'd tell them. The truth was impossible. 3 hikers killed by something that wore human faces and fed on stolen lives. Even if I found their bodies, which I doubted I would, the official explanation would be bear attack or exposure or some other rational cause. But I would remember, and I would carry my grandmother's medicine bag everywhere from now on, because the old stories were true in ways I'd never imagined. There were still places where the boundaries grew thin, where things from older times could cross over, and there were still defenses that worked, even in a world that had forgotten most of its monsters. The sound of helicopter rotors in the distance reminded me that I lived in 2 worlds now, the modern one of radios and rescue teams and official reports, and the older one where shadows had teeth and some hungers could never be satisfied. As the helicopter circled overhead looking for a place to land, I made a decision. I would finish my contract with the Park Service, but after that, I was going home to the reservation. There were people there who still remembered the old stories, who could teach me the things my grandmother had tried to pass on before I stopped listening. Because now I knew with absolute certainty that there were worse things in the darkness than getting lost. And the next time something wearing a human face tried to claim my territory, I intended to be ready. The helicopter settled into the clearing with a whine of engines and a wash of rotor downwind. As the medical team approached with their equipment and questions, I slipped the medicine bag back into my pocket and prepared to tell the first of many lies about what had really happened in the Alaska wilderness. But in my heart, I carried the truth. The old ways still worked, the old warnings still mattered, and some hungers were older than civilization itself. My grandmother would have been proud that I finally listened to her stories when it counted. The land remembers everything, she'd always said. And now I knew that some things remembered were better left undisturbed. The eviction notice had been taped to my apartment door for 3 days before I finally peeled it off and crumpled it into my jacket pocket. 27 years old, a degree in wildlife biology that cost me more than my car was worth, and I was about to be homeless in Anchorage with winter coming fast. The job posting for a seasonal park ranger position at Denali felt like divine intervention, even though the pay was barely above minimum wage and the listing warned of extreme isolation and challenging weather conditions. My name is Ayanna Crowfeather, and my great-grandmother used to tell me that our family had always been watchers of the land. She'd say it with this serious look in her dark eyes, like it meant something more than just being observant. I never understood what she meant until I took that job in the backcountry of Denali National Park. The ranger station was a 2-room cabin 60 miles from the nearest road, accessible only by bush plane or a grueling 3-day hike through terrain that could kill you in a dozen different ways. My supervisor, Ranger Mackenzie, was a weathered man in his 50s who flew me in personally in his little Cessna. He spent the entire 40-minute flight telling me about bear safety, emergency procedures, and the radio protocols that would be my only connection to civilization. "You sure about this, kid?" he asked as we circled the cabin for landing. Below us stretched an endless carpet of spruce and birch, broken only by winding streams and the occasional glimpse of caribou moving through the trees. Last girl we had out here lasted exactly 12 days before she called for an emergency pickup. Said the isolation was getting to her. I told him I was sure, but honestly I was just desperate. My student loans were in default, my credit cards were maxed out, and this job came with free housing and enough pay to maybe get my head above water. The isolation didn't scare me. I'd grown up on the reservation with more trees than people for neighbors. What I didn't tell Mackenzie was that I'd always felt more comfortable alone in the wilderness than in cities full of strangers. The cabin was more primitive than I'd expected. 2 rooms. A combination kitchen living area with a wood stove and a small bedroom with a single bed and a tiny closet. No running water. Just a hand pump well outside and an outhouse that I could already tell would be miserable in winter. Solar panels on the roof powered a radio, some LED lights, and a small refrigerator that barely kept things cool. My first night I sat on the narrow porch with a cup of instant coffee and listened to the forest settling into darkness around me. That's when I first heard the whistling. It was faint, almost like wind through the trees, but there was a melody to it, something that sounded almost human but not quite right. When I really focused on it, it seemed to be coming from different directions, like whatever was making the sound was moving through the trees in a wide circle around the cabin. I told myself it was just wind, maybe an owl I wasn't familiar with, but it made the hair on my arms stand up. My job was simple enough: maintain the emergency shelter caches along the backcountry trails, conduct wildlife observations, and provide assistance to any hikers or researchers who might pass through. The nearest marked trail was 3 miles away, and Mackenzie had warned me that I might go weeks without seeing another person. Perfect, I thought. No distractions, just me and the work. The first week passed quietly. I hiked to each of the 6 emergency shelters in my area, checking the freeze-dried food supplies, first aid kits, and emergency radios. The shelters were just small log structures, barely big enough for 2 people to wait out a storm, but they'd saved lives over the years. I found evidence of recent use at Shelter 4, empty food packages and ashes in the fire pit that couldn't have been more than a few days old. But there was no entry in the logbook, which was strange. Every backcountry user was supposed to sign in with their planned route and contact information. What bothered me more than the missing signature was what I found scratched into the wooden wall near the back corner, deep gouges that looked like claw marks, but too long and too evenly spaced to be from any animal I knew. They were fresh. You could still smell the pine sap bleeding from the cuts. I photographed them and made a note in my report, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me as I worked. The second week brought the first snowfall, just a light dusting that melted by noon, but it was a reminder that winter was coming fast. I'd settled into a routine: morning radio check with headquarters, a full day of hiking to inspect trail markers or maintain equipment, then back to the cabin for a simple dinner and an evening of reading by the wood stove. The forest was beautiful in its vastness, and I found myself actually enjoying the solitude, but the whistling continued every night, always around the same time, maybe an hour after sunset. Always that same haunting melody that seemed to move through the trees. I'd started timing it, and it was getting longer each night. What began as a few minutes had stretched to nearly half an hour of that strange, wandering song. One night I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish but needing to know. "Is someone there?" The whistling stopped immediately. The silence that followed was so complete it felt oppressive, like the entire forest was holding its breath. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, sweeping my flashlight beam across the tree line, but saw nothing. When I finally went back inside and locked the door, I could swear I heard something moving through the underbrush, circling the cabin. That night I called my great-grandmother on the satellite phone, one of my allowed weekly calls to family. She was 93 and still sharp as a knife, living in the same house on the reservation where she'd raised 6 children and buried a husband. "Grandmother," I said in Lakota, using the formal address she'd taught me as a child. "I'm working alone in the forest and I hear strange sounds at night. Whistling that moves through the trees." There was a long pause and I could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. Where are you exactly, granddaughter? I told her about Denali, about the isolation and the job. When I finished, she was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Grandmother, are you there? I'm here. Her voice was different now, careful. Ayana, our people know that land. It's old land with old things living in it. Things that don't belong to our world but haven't left it either. Your great-great-grandfather told stories about creatures that could take any shape, that would call to people in the darkness. You mean skinwalkers? I'd heard the stories growing up, though they were usually whispered about, not discussed openly. Don't say that word out loud, child. Not where you are. But yes, that's what I mean. They're drawn to lonely places, to people who are separated from their tribe. They feed on isolation and fear. I wanted to laugh, to tell her she was being superstitious, but something about the tone of her voice stopped me. My great-grandmother had never been one to tell tall tales or give in to imagination. What should I do? Be careful who you trust. Be careful what you invite in. And remember that not everything that looks human is human. After I hung up, I sat by the wood stove and thought about her words. Outside, the wind was picking up, rattling the windows and making the cabin creak. But underneath the natural sounds of the storm, I could swear I heard that whistling again, closer now, just outside the walls. I checked the locks on both doors and pushed a chair against the front door for good measure. Whatever was out there, I had the feeling it was getting bolder. The next morning, I found tracks in the fresh snow around the cabin. They looked human at first glance, the right size and shape for boot prints. But when I examined them more closely, something was off. The heel marks were too deep, and there were what looked like claw marks at the toe end of each print. More disturbing was the pattern. The track circled the cabin exactly, forming a perfect ring about 10 feet from the walls. Something had been watching me sleep. The tracks changed everything. This wasn't my imagination or the stress of isolation playing tricks on me. Something real had been outside my cabin, something that walked on 2 legs but left marks no human should make. I spent the morning documenting everything with my camera, measuring the prints, following their path around the cabin. They were methodical, purposeful, not the wandering tracks of an animal, but the deliberate circuit of something studying its prey. I radioed headquarters immediately, trying to keep my voice steady as I reported the incident. Mackenzie's voice crackled back through static. Could be a bear walking upright, he said, though he didn't sound convinced. Sometimes they do that when they're curious about something. You haven't been leaving food outside, have you? No, sir. And these prints? They're not bear prints. They're more like... I struggled for words that wouldn't make me sound crazy. Like someone wearing boots, but wrong somehow. I can't get a plane out there for another week unless it's a real emergency. Weather's turning bad. You think you're in immediate danger? I looked out the window at the tree line where shadows seemed to shift and move even though there was no wind. I don't know. Maybe. Keep your radio on, check in every 6 hours instead of twice daily. And crow feather? Keep your sidearm close. The Park Service had issued me a .44 Magnum for bear defense, though I'd never had to use it. I'd grown up hunting with my uncle and was comfortable with firearms. But as I checked the cylinder and made sure it was loaded, I wondered what good bullets would do against something that might not be entirely natural. That afternoon, I hiked to Shelter 3 to resupply the emergency rations, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every few hundred yards, I'd stop and listen, scanning the forest behind me. Twice, I caught glimpses of movement that seemed too large and too coordinated to be wildlife. A flash of something pale moving between the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. When I'd focus on the spot, there would be nothing there but forest. The shelter itself showed signs of recent use again. The logbook was still empty, but someone had used the fire pit and left behind fresh ash. More unsettling were the scratches carved into the logs above the door, the same deep gouges I'd found at Shelter 4, but these formed a crude pattern that looked almost like symbols. I photographed everything and tried to sketch the marks in my field notebook, but looking at them made me feel dizzy and nauseous. The hike back took longer than usual because I kept checking over my shoulder. The sun was already setting when I reached the clearing around my cabin, and that's when I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the tree line, maybe 50 yards from the front door. At first glance, he looked like a normal person, a man in dark clothing, tall and thin, just standing there watching the cabin. But something about his posture was wrong, too still, like a mannequin someone had posed in the forest. I stopped walking and squinted through the gathering dusk, trying to make out more details. "Hey," I called out. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move at all. In the fading light, I couldn't make out facial features, but I had the unmistakable sensation that he was looking directly at me. We stood like that for maybe 30 seconds, a frozen tableau in the wilderness, and then he simply melted back into the trees like he'd never been there at all. I drew my pistol and approached the spot where he'd been standing, but found no tracks, no sign that anyone had been there. The ground was soft with fallen leaves. It should have shown clear boot prints, but there was nothing. Just the faint smell of something rotten, like meat left too long in the sun. That night I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the chair by the front window with my gun across my lap, watching the forest and listening for any sound out of place. The whistling started earlier than usual, but this time it was different. Instead of the wandering melody that had circled the cabin before, it was coming from one direction, the same spot where I'd seen the figure. And it wasn't moving. It was calling. The sound was hypnotic, beautiful in a way that made me want to walk outside and find its source. I caught myself standing up twice, my hand on the door handle, before I forced myself to sit back down. There was something compelling about that song, something that tugged at a part of my mind I didn't understand. Around midnight, the whistling stopped. The silence was worse somehow, pregnant with possibility. I dozed fitfully in the chair, jerking awake every few minutes when I heard what might have been footsteps on the porch or scratching at the walls. But whenever I looked outside, there was nothing there. I woke at dawn to find new marks carved into the side of the cabin, the same strange symbols I'd seen at the shelter. But these were cut deep into the logs right next to my bedroom window. Looking at them in daylight made my head spin and my stomach turn. I photographed them for my report, but had to stop looking at them directly after a few minutes. My radio check with headquarters that morning was tense. Mackenzie could hear the exhaustion in my voice, the edge of panic I was trying to suppress. "Crow Feather, you sound like hell. What's your status?" I told him about the figure in the trees, about the whistling and the new marks on the cabin. There was a long pause before he responded. "I'm going to be straight with you. The woman who had that job before you reported similar things, said she was being watched, that someone was leaving marks around the cabin. We thought it was isolation psychosis, maybe some kind of breakdown from being alone too long. You think I'm losing my mind? I think you're under a lot of stress, and the human brain does funny things when it's isolated and afraid. But I also know you're not the type to make things up. I'm going to try to get a plane out there tomorrow if the weather cooperates. Can you hold tight until then?" I told him I could, but after signing off I wasn't so sure. The thought of another night alone in the cabin filled me with dread, and I found myself considering the emergency beacon that would summon immediate evacuation. But using it would mean admitting defeat, losing the job I desperately needed and going back to the financial disaster I'd left behind in Anchorage. Instead, I decided to be proactive. If something was watching me, I was going to find out what it was. I spent the day preparing. I cleaned and loaded my pistol, charged the batteries in my flashlights, and gathered supplies for a night outside. If whatever was stalking me came back, I wanted to be ready for it. I set up a small camp about 100 yards from the cabin, hidden in a thick stand of spruce trees where I could observe the clearing without being seen. As the sun set, I made a show of going through my normal evening routine, turning on lights and moving around inside the cabin. Then I slipped out the back door and made my way to my hidden position. I'd brought a thermos of coffee and enough warm clothes to keep me comfortable through the night. All I had to do was wait. The whistling started just after 9 o'clock, but this time I was ready for it. I watched the tree line intently, scanning for any movement, any sign of the source of that haunting melody. For 20 minutes I saw nothing, just the dark forest swaying in the evening breeze. Then he stepped into the clearing. In the moonlight, I could see him clearly for the first time. He was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, wearing what looked like a dark coat or jacket. But his movements were wrong, too fluid, like he was floating rather than walking. And his proportions were off somehow, his limbs too long for his torso, his neck extending too far from his shoulders. He approached the cabin slowly, circling it just like the tracks had suggested, but staying well away from the walls. As he moved, I could see that his feet weren't touching the ground properly. There was a gliding quality to his locomotion that made my skin crawl. The whistling was definitely coming from him. though I couldn't see his mouth or face clearly from my position. When he reached the front of the cabin, he stopped and faced the door directly. For a long moment he stood perfectly still, and then he began to change. I watched in horror as his shape seemed to flow and shift in the moonlight. His 2 long limbs shortened and thickened, his height decreased, and his posture became more normal, more human. Within the space of maybe 30 seconds, he had transformed from the grotesque figure I'd been watching into something that looked like a normal person. If I'd seen him walking down a street in Anchorage, I wouldn't have given him a second glance. But now I knew what he really was. He approached the front door and knocked, 3 slow, deliberate raps that echoed across the clearing. When there was no answer, he tried the handle. I heard him walk around the perimeter of the cabin, testing the windows, trying the back door. All the while he maintained his human appearance, but I could see the wrongness in his movements, the unnatural way he bent and twisted. After maybe 10 minutes of investigation, he moved back to the center of the clearing and began to change again. This time the transformation was different. Instead of returning to his original shape, he became something else entirely. His body compressed and elongated, and suddenly there were 4 legs instead of 2. In the moonlight he looked like a large dog or wolf, but his size was wrong. Too big and too predatory. He began to circle the cabin again, but this time closer, sniffing at the ground and the walls. I realized he was following my scent, trying to figure out where I'd gone. My heart hammered as he worked his way around the building, getting closer to the back door where I'd exited. When he reached the spot where I'd left the cabin, he stopped and raised his head, sniffing the air. For a moment I thought he was going to follow my trail directly to my hiding spot. But instead he let out a sound that was half howl, half human scream. It was a sound of frustration and rage that made every animal in the forest go silent. Then he was human-shaped again, standing upright and looking directly at the stand of trees where I was hidden. I held my breath and tried to make myself as small as possible, but I knew he'd sensed me somehow. We stayed like that for what felt like hours. Him staring into the forest, me trying not to move or breathe too loudly. Finally, just before dawn, he melted back into the tree line and disappeared. I waited until full daylight before I dared to move from my hiding spot. And when I finally returned to the cabin, I found fresh marks carved into every surface he'd touched. The door, the windows, even the ground where he'd stood. I knew then that my great-grandmother had been right. This wasn't just some predator or deranged person. This was something much older and much more dangerous. And for reasons I didn't understand, it had chosen me as its target. I didn't wait for Mackenzie's rescue flight. After what I'd witnessed in the clearing, I knew that help was still a day away, and that thing, whatever it was, would be back as soon as darkness fell. I had maybe 10 hours of daylight to either find a way to defend myself or find a way to escape. The radio crackled to life as I was loading my pack with emergency supplies. Denali base to Ranger Crow Feather. Come in. This is Crow Feather, go ahead. Weather's closing in fast. I can't get a bird in the air today, maybe not tomorrow either. Are you secure in your position? I looked out the window at the tree line where I'd watched a creature shift shapes like it was changing clothes. Negative base, I need immediate evacuation. This is not isolation psychosis, roger that. I'm going to contact the state troopers, see if they can get someone out there overland. Might take them 2 days minimum in this weather. 2 days. I wasn't going to last 2 days. Base, I'm going to attempt to reach Shelter 1. It's higher elevation, better position, and closer to the main trail. If I can get there, maybe I can signal for help. Crow Feather, I don't recommend leaving your position in current weather conditions. My position is compromised. I'm mobile as of now. I signed off before he could argue further. Shelter 1 was a hard 8-mile hike through rough terrain, but it sat on a ridge that overlooked the main backcountry trail. If I could reach it, I'd have a better chance of flagging down any hikers or researchers in the area. More importantly, it would put distance between me and whatever was stalking the cabin. I packed light but smart. Water, high-energy food, my sleeping bag, first aid kit, and every battery I had for my flashlights. The pistol went into my shoulder holster and I clipped my survival knife to my belt. If I was going to die out here, it wouldn't be without a fight. The first 3 miles were familiar territory, trails I'd hiked several times since arriving. But as I climbed higher into the mountains, the terrain became more challenging. The temperature was dropping fast and thick clouds were moving in from the west, promising snow before nightfall. I pushed myself hard, knowing that I needed to reach the shelter before dark. About halfway to my destination, I realized I was being followed. It started as just a feeling, that prickle between the shoulder blades that told me I wasn't alone. But when I stopped to rest and listen, I could hear it. The soft sound of something moving through the underbrush maybe 100 yards behind me. It was keeping pace with me, staying just out of sight but definitely tracking my movements. I tried varying my speed, stopping suddenly, even doubling back on my trail once. Whatever was following me adjusted accordingly, maintaining its distance but never falling behind. In the thick forest, I couldn't get a clear look at it. Just occasional glimpses of movement that could have been an animal or a person or something else entirely. The snow started falling around 4 o'clock, fat flakes that quickly began to accumulate on the trail. Within an hour, visibility was down to maybe 30 feet, and I was starting to worry about finding the shelter in the storm. But I pressed on, knowing that stopping in the open would be suicide. That's when I heard the whistling again. It was closer this time, much closer, and it seemed to be coming from multiple directions. The melody was different too, more urgent, more aggressive. It felt like a hunting song, something designed to confuse and disorient prey. I found myself having trouble concentrating on the trail, my mind wanting to wander toward the source of that hypnotic sound. I shook my head hard and forced myself to focus. I knew what that was now, knew what it was trying to do. I pulled out my phone and started playing music through my headphones, drowning out the supernatural song with something human and normal. It helped, but I could still feel the pull of that otherworldly melody underneath the familiar rhythm of the songs. The shelter appeared out of the snow like a mirage, a small log structure built into the side of the ridge, designed to be invisible until you were almost on top of it. I'd never been so happy to see a building in my life. I fumbled with the latch and threw myself inside, slamming the heavy wooden door behind me and dropping the bar into place. The shelter was cold and dark, but it was secure. I got my flashlight working and took inventory of the space. It was bigger than the other shelters I'd checked, with a stone fire pit in the center and wooden bunks built into the walls. The emergency supplies were well stocked, and there was enough firewood to last several days if necessary. I got a fire going immediately, as much for psychological comfort as for warmth. The orange light pushed back the darkness and made the space feel more human, more safe. I heated water for instant coffee and forced myself to eat some trail mix, trying to keep my energy up. Outside, the storm was getting worse. I could hear the wind howling around the shelter, and the snow was coming down so hard it sounded like static against the walls. But underneath the natural sounds of the storm, I could still hear that whistling moving around the perimeter of the building. I checked the logbook and found entries going back several months. Most were routine, hikers taking shelter from weather, researchers documenting their route. But the most recent entry, dated just 3 days ago, made my blood run cold. Something wrong here. Being watched for 2 days. Don't think I'm going to make it out. If you find this, don't stay after dark. It can look like anyone. J. Patterson. I flipped back through the pages and found 2 other entries that mentioned being watched or followed. One from 6 weeks ago, another from early summer. All of them described the same thing. A presence in the forest, something that stalked people but stayed just out of sight. As I was reading, I heard something that made me freeze. Footsteps on the wooden porch outside, slow and deliberate. Then a knock on the door. The same 3 measured raps I'd heard at my cabin. "Hello?" a voice called out. It was male, middle-aged, with the tone of someone who was cold and desperate. "Is anyone in there? I'm lost in the storm, I need help." I didn't answer. I sat perfectly still by the fire, listening to the voice outside. "Please, I know someone's in there. I can see the light from your fire. I'm freezing out here, I won't last much longer." The voice was completely human, completely convincing. If I hadn't seen what I'd seen the night before, I would have opened the door without hesitation. But I remembered watching that thing change shape in the moonlight, remembered how perfectly human it had looked in its disguise. "I'm going to die out here if you don't help me," the voice continued. And now there was real desperation in it, real fear. "My name is Jim Patterson. I've been lost for 3 days, please, Jim Patterson." The name from the logbook entry. The person who had written about being watched, who hadn't expected to make it out alive. Either this was the most incredible coincidence, or the thing outside was using the identity of one of its victims. I drew my pistol and pointed it at the door, though I wasn't sure what good it would do. "Go away," I called out. "I know what you are." The pleading stopped immediately. For a long moment there was silence except for the storm, And then I heard something that chilled me to the bone. Laughter. It was still Jim Patterson's voice, but the laughter was wrong, too long and too wild, like something pretending to be human, but not quite understanding how human emotions worked. "You're smarter than the others," the voice said, and now the pretense was gone. It sounded flat, artificial, like a recording played back through broken speakers. That's good. I was getting bored with the easy ones. I heard footsteps moving around the shelter, testing the walls, checking for other ways in. The building was solid, built to withstand mountain weather and the occasional curious bear. But I wasn't sure how much protection it would offer against something that could change its shape at... "Well, do you know what I am, little ranger?" the voice asked from outside the back wall now. "Do you know why I'm here?" I didn't answer, but I heard scratching sounds against the logs like claws or knives carving into the wood. "Just like the marks at my cabin and at the other shelters. I've been on this land longer than your people have had names for things," the voice continued, moving again. "I was here when the first humans crossed the ice bridge, and I'll be here when the last ones are gone. I am the space between what you think you know and what really exists in the dark places of the world." The scratching was getting louder, more aggressive. I could see wood shavings falling from the wall near the back corner, and I realized it was trying to claw its way through the logs. "How long would it take something with superhuman strength to dig through a foot of solid timber?" "I feed on fear and isolation," the voice said, closer now. "On the terror of being truly alone in a place where no one will hear you scream. Your technology, your weapons, your civilization, none of it matters out here. This is my domain." I stood up and backed toward the fire pit, keeping the gun trained on the wall where the scratching was loudest. Chunks of wood were falling now, and I could see pale fingers working through the gap it was creating. "But you're different," it continued. "You have the blood of the old watchers in you. You can see me for what I really am. That makes you dangerous. And delicious." The clawed hand pushed through the wall and began feeling around for the bar that secured the door from the inside. I didn't hesitate. I fired 2 shots directly into the center of the hand. The creature let out that same howl scream I'd heard the night before, and the hand disappeared back through the hole. But the victory was temporary. The gunshots had revealed my exact position, and now I could hear it moving toward the front of the shelter. The door shook as something massive slammed into it from outside. I grabbed a burning log from the fire and held it like a torch backing against the far wall. The door splintered on the second impact, and on the third it exploded inward in a shower of broken wood and twisted metal. What came through the doorway wasn't Jim Patterson or any other human disguise. It was the thing I'd seen in its true form, tall and wrong and horrible, with limbs that bent in directions that defied anatomy, and a face that shifted and flowed like melting wax. Its eyes were the worst part, completely black and reflecting the firelight like an animal's, but with an intelligence behind them that was ancient and malevolent. I threw the burning log directly at its face and heard it sizzle against flesh that shouldn't exist. The creature stumbled backward, giving me just enough time to grab my pack and dive through the ruined doorway into the storm. The snow was coming down so hard I could barely see 10 feet in any direction, but I ran anyway, crashing through the underbrush and down the slope away from the shelter. Behind me I could hear it pursuing, breaking branches and howling its rage into the night. I had no idea where I was going, no plan except to put distance between myself and that thing. The storm that had trapped me was now my salvation, hiding me in its white chaos. But I knew it was still out there, still hunting, and I was running out of places to hide. I ran through the storm for what felt like hours, branches tearing at my clothes and rocks trying to trip me with every step. The creature's howls grew fainter behind me, but I didn't dare stop to rest. In the whiteout conditions, I had no idea which direction I was heading. I could be running deeper into the wilderness or toward salvation, and there was no way to know until the snow stopped falling. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to take shelter under a massive fallen spruce, its trunk creating a natural windbreak where I could catch my breath and try to think clearly. I checked my supplies. Half my water was gone. I'd lost some food when I dove through the shelter door, and my phone showed no signal. But I was alive, and the storm seemed to be keeping the creature at bay for now. As I huddled in the makeshift shelter, I thought about my great-grandmother's words. She'd said our family were watchers of the land, protectors against things that didn't belong in our world. Growing up, I'd dismissed those stories as folklore, primitive explanations for natural phenomena. But sitting in the darkness with something inhuman hunting me, I began to remember details that had seemed unimportant before. The prayers she'd taught me in Lakota, the ones she said would keep the walking shadows away. The bundle of sage and sweetgrass she'd always kept burning in her house. The way she'd never let me walk alone in the forest after sunset. She'd been preparing me for this my entire life, and I'd been too modern, too educated to pay attention. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found her number. No signal meant no call, but I could record a voice message that might send if I ever reached civilization again. In the darkness under the fallen tree, I started speaking in Lakota, reciting the protection prayer she'd drilled into me as a child. The words felt strange on my lips after years of disuse, but as I spoke them, something changed. The constant fear that had been gnawing at my mind since the creature appeared began to recede. My thoughts became clearer, more focused, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt like I had some control over my situation. The storm started to break around dawn, the snow thinning to scattered flakes and the wind dying down. I could finally see more than a few feet in any direction, and what I saw made my heart sink. I was high on a ridge I didn't recognize, surrounded by forest that looked nothing like any of the areas I'd mapped during my time at the ranger station. The creature had chased me completely off any known trail, deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever been. But as the sun climbed higher, I began to notice something else. Smoke thin and gray rising from a valley maybe 2 miles to the west. It could be a campfire, maybe hikers or researchers who could help me. Or it could be a trap, the creature using my desperation against me. But sitting on the ridge waiting to freeze or starve wasn't an option. I started picking my way down the slope, moving carefully over rocks made slippery by the fresh snow. The terrain was treacherous, and one wrong step could mean a broken ankle or worse. But as I descended, the smoke got thicker and more substantial. Definitely from a real fire and not some supernatural deception. The trees opened up into a small valley with a creek running through the center, and that's where I found them. An elderly Native American man and woman sitting by a fire outside a traditional canvas tent, cooking something that smelled like heaven to my empty stomach. They looked up as I stumbled out of the forest, and the woman immediately stood and started walking toward me. "You're the ranger from the station," she said in accented English. "We've been waiting for you." I stopped dead, my hand instinctively moving toward my pistol. "How do you know who I am? How did you know I was coming?" The old man rose slowly from his position by the fire. He was wearing traditional clothing, beaded leather and fur that looked handmade, and his long gray hair was braided with eagle feathers. When he spoke, his voice carried the same authority I remembered from my great-grandmother. "Your grandmother called us yesterday," he said. "She told us one of her blood was fighting the old enemy in this place. We came to help. My grandmother? That's impossible. She's in South Dakota, and there's no cell service out here." The woman smiled and gestured for me to come closer to the fire. "Not that grandmother, child. The grandmother of all our people. The one who speaks to us in dreams and visions. She showed us where you would be." I was too exhausted and too confused to argue. I let them lead me to the fire and accepted a bowl of something that tasted like wild game and herbs. As the warm food hit my empty stomach, the old man began to speak. "My name is Joseph Blackhorse, and this is my wife, Sarah. We are of the Gwich'in people, and our families have been guardians of this land for more generations than the white man has words for. We know what hunts you." "A skinwalker," I said, using the word my great-grandmother had warned me not to speak aloud. Joseph nodded grimly. "That's the Navajo word for it, but yes. A shapeshifter, a creature that was once human but gave up its soul to become something else. They're drawn to places of power, places where the boundary between worlds is thin. This valley has been such a place since before the ice melted." Sarah handed me a cup of tea that tasted of pine needles and something else I couldn't identify. "Your people to the south call them by other names, but they all describe the same thing. Creatures that feed on fear and isolation, that can take any form to hunt their prey." "How do you kill something like that?" I asked. Joseph and Sarah exchanged a look, and I could see sadness in their eyes. "You don't," Joseph said. "Not in the way you're thinking. Bullets and knives are tools of the physical world, but this creature exists partly outside that world. To truly stop it, you have to use the old ways." "What old ways?" Sarah reached into a leather bag and pulled out several items. A bundle of sage, what looked like sea salt, and a knife with symbols carved into the handle. "Fire, salt, and blessed metal. But more importantly, you need to remember who you are, where you come from. Your great-grandmother was a powerful medicine woman before she moved to the reservation. That power is in your blood, but you have to choose to use it. I wanted to laugh, to tell them this was all superstition and that I needed real help, not folk magic. But I thought about the prayers I'd recited under the fallen tree, how they'd cleared my mind and strengthened my resolve. Maybe there was truth in the old stories after all. What do I have to do? Joseph stood and walked to the edge of their camp, where I could see a circle of stones arranged in a careful pattern. The creature is strong during the dark hours, but the sun weakens it. We'll prepare you here, teach you what you need to know. When night falls, you'll go back and face it. Go back? Why can't I just leave, get as far away from here as possible? Because it's bonded to you now, Sarah said quietly. You've seen its true form, you know what it really is. It won't stop hunting you, won't let you live with that knowledge. And if you run, if you lead it away from this place, it will follow you into the world of cities and towns. How many people will it kill while wearing your face, using your identity? The thought of that thing impersonating me, using my appearance to lure other victims, made my stomach turn. She was right, I couldn't run from this. I had to end it here, in the wilderness where it belonged. Joseph began teaching me the ritual while Sarah prepared the materials we'd need. It was complicated, involving specific movements and words that had to be performed in precise order. The salt had to be blessed with prayers, the knife had to be held in a certain way, and the fire had to be built from specific types of wood. Most importantly, I had to maintain absolute focus and belief throughout the entire process. Doubt will kill you faster than its claws, Joseph warned. The moment you stop believing in your own power, the moment you let fear overwhelm your purpose, it will sense that weakness and exploit it. As the sun began to set, they walked me to the edge of the valley and pointed toward a ridge where smoke was rising in the distance. It's burning your cabin, Sarah said, destroying the place where you felt safe, trying to force you to come to it. That's good. It means it's getting desperate, making mistakes. I checked my supplies one last time. The blessed salt in a leather pouch, the carved knife on my belt, matches for starting the ritual fire. Joseph had given me a small medicine bundle to wear around my neck, and Sarah had painted symbols on my face with clay mixed with ash from their fire. Remember, Joseph said as I prepared to leave, you are not alone out there. Your ancestors walk with you. Your grandmother's prayers protect you. Trust in the old ways and you will survive this. The hike back to my cabin took 2 hours through terrain I was starting to recognize. The creature had definitely been there. Smoke was still rising from the ruins and I could see the orange glow of flames through the trees. It had destroyed everything, turning my temporary home into a beacon that would be visible for miles. I circled around to approach from the east, where the forest was thickest and would provide the most cover. As I got closer, I could see it moving around the burning cabin, sometimes in its human disguise and sometimes in forms that hurt to look at directly. It was waiting for me, knowing I would have to come back eventually. I found a position about 100 yards from the clearing and began to prepare the ritual space. The salt circle had to be perfect, the fire built in the exact pattern Joseph had shown me. As I worked, I recited the prayers my great-grandmother had taught me, feeling the strength of generations flowing through my voice. The creature knew I was there. I could see it turning toward my position, its borrowed face twisted into a grin of anticipation. But it didn't approach, not yet. It was savoring the moment, enjoying my fear. That's when I realized something important. I wasn't afraid anymore. The terror that had been eating at me for days was gone, replaced by a calm certainty that I was exactly where I needed to be, doing exactly what I was meant to do. This wasn't just about survival. It was about fulfilling a purpose that stretched back through generations of my people. I lit the fire and stepped into the salt circle, raising the carved knife toward the sky. I am Ayana Crowfeather, I called out in Lakota, my voice carrying across the clearing. Daughter of the Watchers, keeper of the old ways. I challenge you, creature of shadows. Face me if you dare. The thing that had been wearing Jim Patterson's face threw back its head and howled, then began to change. Its form flowed and shifted, growing larger and more monstrous with each passing second. When the transformation was complete, it stood nearly 8 feet tall, with arms that reached almost to the ground and claws that glinted in the firelight. It charged across the clearing toward my position, moving faster than anything that size should be able to move, but I was ready for it. As it reached the edge of my salt circle, I spoke the binding words Joseph had taught me, and threw a handful of blessed salt directly into its face. The creature screamed and stumbled backward, smoke rising from where the salt had touched its skin. "You cannot cross this threshold," I said, advancing toward the edge of the circle. "This ground is consecrated, protected by power older than your hunger." It circled the salt ring, looking for any gap or weakness, but the barrier held. Every time it tried to reach through, the blessed salt burned it like acid. Its howls of frustration echoed across the forest, and I could hear trees crashing as other creatures fled from the sound. "You're trapped," I told it. "You can't touch me here, and you can't leave. The sun will rise in a few hours, and its light will burn you to nothing." That's when it tried its last, most desperate gambit. Its form began to change again, but this time it wasn't becoming more monstrous. It was becoming human, and not just any human. It was becoming me. Within moments, I was looking at my own face, my own body, wearing the same clothes I'd put on that morning. The creature smiled with my mouth and spoke with my voice. "Is this what you want to destroy, Ayana? Yourself, your own reflection?" For a moment, doubt crept in. How could I attack something that looked exactly like me? What if I was wrong? What if this was all some kind of breakdown and I was about to commit suicide? But then I remembered Sarah's words about the power being in my blood, and I looked closer at the creature wearing my face. The details were perfect, but there was something missing. Something essential that no amount of shapeshifting could replicate. It had no soul. No matter how perfectly it copied my appearance, it couldn't copy the spark of life that made me who I really was. In its eyes, I could see only emptiness, a void where human warmth and emotion should be. "You're not me," I said, raising the knife. "You're nothing but hunger and darkness wearing a stolen face." I spoke the final words of the ritual and drove the blade into the fire at the center of my circle. Flames erupted skyward, turning from orange to white to blue, and the creature that wore my face began to scream. The fire spread outward from the ritual circle, racing across the ground toward the shapeshifter. Where the flames touched it, its stolen form began to melt away like wax, revealing the horrible truth underneath. It tried to run, tried to change shape again, but the sacred fire was faster. When the flames finally died down, there was nothing left but a pile of ash and the lingering smell of something rotten burning away. I stood in the salt circle until dawn, making sure it was really over. When the sun finally rose above the mountains and began to warm the clearing, I knew the creature was truly gone. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the forest for days was lifting, replaced by the normal sounds of birds and small animals going about their morning routines. Joseph and Sarah found me there an hour later, sitting by the remains of my ritual fire. They didn't say anything, just nodded and helped me pack up the sacred items. "The job was done. What happens now?" I asked as we walked back toward their camp. "Now you go home," Sarah said. "Back to your people, back to your life. But you remember what you've learned here. You remember that the old ways still have power, that there are still things in the world that need watching. And if something like this happens again," Joseph smiled, "then you'll be ready for it. And so will your children and their children after them. That's how it's always been, how it will always be." They flew me out in a small plane the next day, back to civilization and hot showers and electric lights. I told Mackenzie that I'd destroyed the cabin accidentally while fighting off a bear, and he believed me. The official report mentioned property damage and recommended psychological evaluation for extended wilderness exposure. But no one questioned my story too closely. I never went back to work as a park ranger. Instead, I used the experience to finish my graduate studies and became a wildlife researcher, specializing in traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous conservation practices. It's meaningful work that keeps me connected to the land and the old ways, and it pays well enough to keep the creditors at bay. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear whistling outside my window. When I look, there's never anything there, just city streets and normal people going about their normal lives. But I keep sage burning by my door, and I remember the prayers my great-grandmother taught me, because I know now that the boundary between our world and the darker places is thinner than most people realize. And sometimes something hungry and patient slips through. When that happens, someone needs to be ready. Someone needs to be watching. The job posting had been buried on page 3 of the Alaska Department of Natural Resources website. Remote Park Ranger Position, Chugach National Forest, Isolated Assignment. After 6 months of unemployment and a stack of overdue bills threatening to bury me alive, those words looked like salvation. The salary was modest, but it included housing and basic utilities. Most importantly, it was a chance to disappear from the wreckage of my old life. I had worked construction in Anchorage until the company folded, leaving me with nothing but debt and a growing dependence on cheap whiskey. My ex-wife Sarah had taken our daughter Emma to Seattle, and I couldn't blame her. I was drowning, and she was smart enough not to get pulled under with me. The ranger station sat 40 miles southeast of Seward, accessible only by a winding dirt road that turned treacherous the moment it left the main highway. My supervisor, Ayanna Blackfeather, met me at the gate on my first day. She was perhaps 50 years old, with steel gray hair braided down her back and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw. Her great-grandfather had been Tlingit, she told me, and she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who belonged to this land in a way I never would. The previous ranger lasted 3 weeks, she said, as she led me to my assigned cabin. The one before him made it 2 months. You planning on staying longer? I shouldered my duffel bag and followed her down a narrow trail. I need this job. I'll stay as long as you'll have me. She stopped and studied my face. It's not about what I need. This place has a way of telling people when they're not welcome. The cabin was small but well built, with a wood-burning stove and shelves lined with previous occupants' abandoned belongings. A radio sat on the kitchen table, its antenna stretched toward a window that faced endless ranks of Sitka spruce. The trees pressed close on all sides, their branches creating a canopy so thick that afternoon sunlight barely penetrated to the forest floor. You'll patrol sectors 7 through 12, Ayanna explained, spreading a topographical map across the table, mostly checking campsites, maintaining trails, looking for signs of illegal hunting or logging. Radio check-ins every 4 hours during daylight, every 2 after dark. Miss 2 check-ins and we come looking. I studied the map. Each sector covered roughly 50 square miles of wilderness, crisscrossed by animal trails and dotted with small lakes fed by mountain runoff. Any specific problems I should watch for? The usual. Poachers, lost hikers, illegal campfires. She paused, folding the map with precise creases, and people who shouldn't be out there. What kind of people? The kind that make the locals nervous enough to drive 40 miles out of their way to avoid this area. She moved toward the door, then turned back. There's a shotgun in the bedroom closet. Previous ranger left it behind, along with most of his gear. Might want to keep it close when you're making rounds. After she left, I sat on the cabin's small porch and tried to absorb the silence. It wasn't peaceful. It was expectant, like the forest was holding its breath. In the distance, something large crashed through the underbrush, but when I stood to look, the sound stopped abruptly. My first week passed without incident. I learned the trail systems, marked damaged signs for repair, and counted the contents of bear-proof storage containers at designated campsites. The work was solitary but not unpleasant. I found myself sleeping better than I had in months, exhausted by long days of hiking and clean air that tasted nothing like the exhaust-tinged atmosphere of Anchorage. On Thursday of my second week, I encountered my first visitors. A family from Oregon had pitched their tent at a backcountry site in Sector 9, despite regulations requiring advance permits for overnight camping. The father, a software engineer named Dave, seemed pleasant enough, but his wife Lisa kept glancing nervously at the tree line. We heard something last night, she said while I checked their camping permit, like someone walking around our tent but trying to be quiet about it. Probably just a bear investigating your food storage, I replied. They're curious but usually harmless if you follow proper protocols. This wasn't a bear, she said firmly. Bears don't whistle. I looked up from their paperwork. Whistle? A tune I couldn't recognize. High-pitched, like someone trying to mimic a bird but getting it wrong. She hugged herself despite the warm afternoon. It circled our tent for maybe 10 minutes, then stopped. When Dave unzipped the rainfly to look out, there was nothing there. Dave nodded reluctantly. The sound was definitely human, or something trying to sound human. I issued them a retroactive permit and suggested they consider moving to one of the established campgrounds closer to the main road. They packed up within an hour. That evening, I radioed Ayanna to report the encounter. Any chance there are other people working this area? Maybe someone from Fish and Wildlife doing surveys? Negative. You're the only ranger assigned to those sectors. Her voice crackled through static. The whistling. Did they say what it sounded like? Like someone imitating a bird but getting it wrong. A long pause. Copy that. Make sure you check in every 2 hours after sunset. Is there something I should know about? Just be aware of your surroundings. And trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. I wanted to ask more questions, but she had already signed off. The next morning, I returned to the campsite where the family had stayed. The ground around their former tent site was disturbed, not by tent stakes or normal camping activity, but by something that had walked in circles around the perimeter. The impressions in the soft earth were strange. They looked almost human, but elongated, with what appeared to be claw marks at the toe end. I took photographs and measurements, then followed the tracks back into the forest. They led away from the campsite in a straight line for roughly 100 yards before disappearing at a rocky outcrop. I climbed onto the rocks and scanned the area below, but saw nothing unusual. Standing there in the filtered sunlight, I felt eyes on me. Not the casual attention of forest wildlife, but focused, intelligent observation. I turned slowly in a complete circle, examining every shadow and gap between trees. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. But the feeling persisted until I climbed down from the rocks and started back toward the trail. That night, lying in my cabin with the shotgun propped against the wall beside my bed, I heard the whistling for the first time. It started just after midnight, a melody that almost resembled a children's lullaby, but with notes that bent wrong, creating harmony that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The sound stopped immediately. "Hello?" I called into the darkness. "This is Park Service. Identify yourself." Nothing. I waited 5 minutes before going back inside. As soon as I closed the door, the whistling resumed. The whistling became a nightly occurrence. Always after midnight. Always stopping the moment I tried to investigate. I mentioned it during my morning radio checks, but Ayana's responses grew increasingly terse. She reminded me to follow protocols, to document everything, and to trust my training, but she never directly addressed what might be causing the disturbances. During my 3rd week, I began finding evidence of someone, or something, shadowing my patrol routes. Not fresh tracks or obvious signs, but subtle indicators that suggested I was being watched. Broken twigs at eye level, as if something tall had pushed through areas where the trail was clear. Scratches on tree bark too high to be made by any animal I could identify, and twice I found small piles of stones arranged in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. I started carrying the shotgun during daylight patrols. On a Tuesday morning, I encountered another set of visitors, 2 graduate students from the University of Alaska, conducting research on old-growth forest ecosystems. Sarah Chen and Mark Rodriguez had obtained proper permits and seemed well prepared for backcountry camping. But during our initial conversation, Sarah mentioned something that made me pay closer attention. We're particularly interested in areas where local indigenous communities have traditional stories, she said, consulting notes written in a field journal. There's oral history about this region that suggests it was considered sacred, I guess, or dangerous. The terminology varies depending on who you ask. What kind of stories? Mark looked uncomfortable. Honestly, some of the elders we interviewed wouldn't talk about this area at all. One old man in Seward told us we shouldn't camp here overnight, but he wouldn't explain why. Superstition? Sarah said dismissively. Every wilderness area has folklore designed to keep people away from resources or sacred sites. We're just documenting biodiversity. I helped them select a campsite in Sector 11 and reminded them of standard safety protocols. But privately, I found myself thinking about what Ayana had said during my first day. People who make the locals nervous enough to drive 40 miles out of their way to avoid this area. That evening, the researchers' first night in the forest, my radio crackled to life at 11:47 p.m. Base camp to Ranger Station. Sarah's voice was tight with controlled fear. "We need to report a disturbance. This is Ranger Station. Go ahead." Someone was in our camp while we were sleeping. Mark woke up and found our equipment had been rearranged. I reached for my boots. "Rearranged how?" "Our research materials. Samples we collected, field notes, camera equipment. Everything was laid out in a circle around our tent. Like someone had gone through all our gear and then organized it into some kind of display." "Are you missing anything?" "No, that's what's strange. Nothing was taken. But whoever did this went through everything methodically. They even opened our food containers and sorted the contents by type. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Stay inside your tent and don't investigate further. The hike to their campsite took me through familiar territory that seemed transformed by darkness. My flashlight beam revealed shapes that looked different at night. Stumps that resembled crouching figures, shadows that moved independently of the wind. Twice I stopped to listen, certain I heard footsteps paralleling my route through the trees. I found Sarah and Mark huddled in their tent, flashlights creating a weak cone of light through the nylon walls. True to Sarah's description, their equipment had been arranged in a perfect circle around the tent. Cameras, notebooks, specimen containers, and food packages were organized by type and size, creating what looked like an altar or ceremonial display. Any idea when this happened? I asked, photographing the scene. Mark thinks around 2 a.m., Sarah replied. He heard rustling outside and assumed it was an animal getting into our food. By the time he worked up the courage to look out, everything was already arranged like this. I examined the ground around the display, like the campsite from the previous week. The area showed signs of something walking in circles, but the impressions were deeper and more distinct. Whatever had made them was heavy, and had spent considerable time moving methodically around the tent. Pack everything up, I told them. You're coming back to the ranger station with me. We have permits for 5 days, Sarah protested. Consider them revoked. I helped them stuff gear into backpacks, working by flashlight while constantly scanning the tree line. I'll file a report and recommend you continue your research in a different sector. The return hike was tense. Mark walked between Sarah and me, jumping at every sound. Sarah complained about the interruption to their research, but I noticed she kept looking over her shoulder. We were halfway back to the ranger station when we heard the whistling. It started low and distant, but grew louder as we moved along the trail. The melody was the same one that had been haunting my nights. Almost familiar, but fundamentally wrong, like a song remembered from a fever dream. What is that? Mark whispered. I motioned for silence and stopped walking. The whistling continued, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. It would start in the trees to our left, then fade and resume from somewhere ahead of us, then shift again to follow our route from behind. It's triangulating our position, Sarah said quietly. Whatever's making that sound is tracking our movement. The whistling grew closer. Through the darkness between trees, I caught glimpses of something large moving parallel to our path. Not quite human in its gait, but too deliberate to be an animal. I raised the shotgun and fired a warning shot into the air. The sound echoed through the forest, followed by absolute silence. We covered the remaining distance to the ranger station without speaking, arriving as dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. I radioed Ayanna immediately. We need to discuss protocols for this sector, I said when she answered. Copy that. I'll be there within the hour. Sarah and Mark waited inside the cabin while I paced the small porch, shotgun in hand. The forest around us looked peaceful in morning light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being observed. When Ayanna's truck appeared on the access road, I felt relief for the first time since midnight. She parked beside the cabin and approached with her usual measured pace, but I noticed she kept one hand near the radio on her belt. Tell me exactly what happened, she said. I recounted the night's events, showing her the photographs I had taken of the arranged equipment. She studied the images without comment, then looked at Sarah and Mark. You'll be escorted out of the area today, she told them. There will be no charge for permit cancellation. This is ridiculous, Sarah said. We have a right to conduct legitimate research. Not here. Not anymore. Ayanna's tone carried an authority that ended the conversation. After the students left in their own vehicle, followed by a Park Service truck that would ensure they reached the main highway, Ayanna and I sat on the cabin's porch. You know what's out there, I said. And it's not an animal. She was quiet for a long time, watching the tree line with eyes that had seen things she didn't want to remember. My great-grandfather told stories, she finally said, about things that lived in the deep forest, things that watched people and learned to mimic them but never quite got it right. Skinwalkers. She flinched at the word. Don't say that out loud. Not here. Then what do I call it? You don't call it anything. You do your job, you follow protocols, and you don't go looking for trouble. She stood to leave, but you also don't pretend it's not there. The encounters escalated after the researchers left. Whatever was stalking the forest had grown bolder, no longer content to remain hidden in the shadows. During daylight patrols, I began finding clear evidence of something following my routes. Footprints pressed into mud beside streams, freshly broken branches at head height, and scratches carved into trees that formed patterns too complex to be random. The whistling now came earlier each night, sometimes starting before full darkness. The melody had evolved, becoming more complex and somehow more disturbing. It reminded me of my daughter Emma's music box, the one she had owned as a small child, but played at the wrong speed and with notes that bent sharp at irregular intervals. On Friday of my 4th week, I made a decision that violated every protocol Ayanna had established. I decided to follow the sound. The whistling began at 10:30 p.m., earlier than usual. Instead of retreating inside the cabin, I grabbed my flashlight, the shotgun, and my radio, then stepped into the forest. The sound led me north from the cabin, along a game trail that wound between massive spruce trees. I moved carefully, pausing frequently to listen and scan the area with my flashlight. The beam revealed nothing unusual, but I could sense movement in my peripheral vision, shapes that disappeared the moment I turned toward them. After 20 minutes of hiking, I reached a small clearing I had never seen before. The whistling stopped abruptly. In the center of the clearing sat what looked like a lean-to shelter constructed from branches and bark. But as I approached, details became visible that made my throat tighten. The structure was decorated with items that didn't belong in the wilderness. A child's torn jacket hung from one of the support poles. Camping equipment, pots, sleeping bags, hiking boots was arranged around the shelter's perimeter. And scattered among the gear were personal items. Wallets, jewelry, car keys, cell phones, all of it looked old. Weathered by months or years of exposure, I photographed everything with my camera's flash, the bright light creating stark contrasts that made the scene look even more sinister. Then I heard something that made me forget about documentation. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, circling the clearing just beyond the range of my flashlight. I raised the shotgun and turned slowly, trying to track the sound. The footsteps maintained their distance, always staying in the darkness beyond my light. "I know you're there," I called out. "Show yourself." The footsteps stopped. For perhaps 30 seconds, the forest was absolutely silent. Then from somewhere behind me came a sound I will never forget. My own voice calling my daughter's name. "Emma? Emma, where are you?" I spun toward the sound but saw nothing. My hands shook as I tried to maintain aim with the shotgun. "Emma?" My voice again, but with an inflection that wasn't quite right. "Daddy's looking for you." "That's not me," I said aloud, as much to myself as to whatever was mimicking my voice. "Emma, come here, sweetie." The imitation was getting better, more accurate. "Don't be afraid." I fired the shotgun toward the source of the sound. The blast echoed through the clearing, followed by a sound I had never heard before. Something between a shriek and a laugh, high-pitched and utterly inhuman. Then I saw it. The thing stepped into the edge of my flashlight beam just far enough to be visible. At first glance, it looked like a man, tall, thin, dressed in what appeared to be tattered camping clothes. But the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long, hanging nearly to its knees. The legs bent backward at the joints. And the face? The face was a patchwork of features that didn't belong together. Human eyes set too wide apart, a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, and skin that looked like it had been poorly stitched together from different sources. "Daddy," it said in my voice, "why did you leave me?" I fired again, and the thing vanished into the darkness with inhuman speed. I ran. The return trip to the cabin was a nightmare of crashing through undergrowth and stumbling over roots while something large pursued me through the trees. It didn't whistle now, it laughed. A sound like broken glass that seemed to come from every direction at once. I reached the cabin, slammed the door, and immediately radioed Ayanna. "Emergency. This is Ranger Station requesting immediate assistance." Static answered me. I tried again. "Base camp, this is Ranger Station. Emergency situation. Request immediate backup." More static than a voice that might have been Ayanna's, but with words I couldn't understand, spoken in a language that hurt to hear. I turned off the radio. Outside, the laughter continued until dawn. When sunlight finally penetrated the cabin's windows, I called Ayanna using the landline telephone. She answered on the second ring. "I'm coming to get you," I said without preamble. "What happened?" I described the night's events, including my discovery of the shelter and its contents. Ayanna listened without interruption. "You shouldn't have followed it," she said when I finished. Those items in the clearing, they belong to people. I know. How many people have disappeared in this area? More than are reported. People who came here alone who didn't tell anyone where they were going. Hikers who thought they could handle the wilderness without permits or proper preparation. And you knew this thing was responsible. We suspected. But suspicion isn't proof, and proof isn't something you can put in an official report. I looked out the cabin window at the forest that had seemed so peaceful just a few weeks earlier. I can't stay here. You don't have to. Your resignation will be effective immediately, with full pay through the end of the month. Pack your essentials. I'll be there in 2 hours with an escort vehicle. What about the shelter? The evidence? It will be handled through appropriate channels. What channels? You just said proof isn't something you can put in an official report. A long pause. There are older authorities than the Park Service. People who remember the old ways of dealing with things that don't belong in the modern world. I left Alaska that afternoon, driving south toward Anchorage with everything I owned packed into the back of my truck. Ayana had arranged for me to receive a positive employment reference and had somehow expedited the paperwork that would allow me to claim unemployment benefits while I searched for new work. But she had also given me other information, details she said I needed to understand in order to move forward safely. The thing you saw isn't unique, she explained. During our final conversation, these creatures exist in remote areas throughout North America, wherever wilderness remains largely untouched by human development. They're attracted to people who are isolated, vulnerable, or running from something. Running from something? People who disappear into the wilderness aren't always lost hikers. Sometimes they're individuals trying to escape their problems, their past, their responsibilities. The creatures can sense that desperation. They feed on it. I thought about my own reasons for taking the ranger position. The debt, the failed marriage, the drinking, the need to disappear from my old life. It was hunting me specifically. It was learning from you. Your voice, your mannerisms, your emotional vulnerabilities. Given enough time, it would have been able to replicate you perfectly. And then it would have found Emma. The thought made me sick. How do I know it won't follow me? Distance helps. These things are territorial. They don't typically travel far from their established hunting grounds. But you also need to rebuild the connections that make you human. Isolation makes you vulnerable. Community provides protection. I drove straight to Seattle. Sarah was surprised to see me on her doorstep, but she listened when I explained that I needed to be part of Emma's life again. I didn't tell her about Alaska, not the real story. I said the job hadn't worked out, that the isolation had made me realize how much I missed my family. It took time, but I eventually found work with a construction company that specialized in urban renovation projects. I went to AA meetings. I paid down my debts. I spent every weekend I was allowed with Emma, teaching her to identify bird songs and showing her how to tie proper knots. Normal things. Human things. But I couldn't forget what I had seen in the Alaska wilderness, and sometimes late at night, I would search online for stories that seemed familiar. Reddit threads about hikers who encountered something that shouldn't exist. Creepypasta forums where users shared experiences that sounded like elaborate fiction but contained details that made me pay attention. I created throwaway accounts and occasionally shared edited versions of my own experience, always careful to change enough details to maintain anonymity. The responses were predictable. Skeptics demanding proof, believers sharing their own encounters, and trolls making jokes about everything. But sometimes I received private messages from users who claimed similar experiences. A Forest Service employee in Montana, a hunting guide in northern Minnesota, a park ranger from the Olympic Peninsula who had requested a transfer after wildlife encounters that weren't covered in the training manual. We never exchanged real names or specific locations, but we shared enough information to recognize patterns. The things were still out there, still hunting, still learning. 6 months after leaving Alaska, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a newspaper clipping from the Anchorage Daily News about a tragic hiking accident in Chugach National Forest. A family of 4 from California had been found dead at a backcountry campsite, apparently killed by a bear attack. But tucked inside the clipping was a handwritten note from Ayana. The shelter has been dealt with. The threat remains contained. Thank you for your service. I never contacted her again, but I understood the message. The creature I had encountered was no longer active, but others existed in similar remote locations throughout the wilderness. That knowledge changed how I approached my new life. I made sure Emma understood basic survival skills, but I also taught her to trust her instincts about people and situations that felt wrong. I stayed connected to my community, volunteering with local organizations and maintaining friendships that kept me grounded in the human world. And I never went camping alone. Sometimes, when Emma and I hiked together in the forests around Seattle, she would stop and listen to sounds that I couldn't identify. "Do you hear that whistling?" she asked during one of our trips to Mount Rainier National Park. My blood went cold. "What whistling?" "Like someone trying to sing but getting the tune wrong." She looked around with the alert attention children possess before they learn to ignore their instincts. It stopped. I knelt beside her and took her hands. "Emma, if you ever hear sounds like that when we're in the woods, I want you to tell me immediately. And if we get separated for any reason, don't follow voices that call your name unless you can see who's talking. Even if it sounds like you, especially if it sounds like me." She nodded with the seriousness children reserve for instructions they recognize as vital, even when they don't fully understand why. We completed that hike without incident, but I made sure we stayed on established trails and returned to the parking area well before sunset, because I knew that somewhere in the deep wilderness, things that had learned to mimic human voices were still waiting for people who had lost their way, and I had no intention of letting my family become their next lesson in what it means to be human. The forest keeps its secrets, but some secrets are too dangerous to remain buried. This is mine, shared in the hope that others might recognize the signs before it's too late. If you're reading this and planning a solo trip into remote wilderness, remember that isolation makes you vulnerable. Stay connected, trust your instincts, and if you hear voices calling your name from the darkness, don't answer. Some invitations are better left declined. The radio crackled to life at 3:47 a.m., jolting me from the thin sleep that had become my norm in the isolation cabin. "Ranger Station 7, we have a missing hiker last seen on the Savage River Trail. Male, mid-30s, traveling alone." I pressed the transmission button, my breath visible in the frigid air. "Copy that, dispatch. Ranger Noatak responding." 3 months into this job and I still felt like an imposter using that call sign. Noatak Whitefeather. The name carried weight in these parts, but I had taken this position out of desperation, not calling. My student loans had reached the point where collection agencies were calling my mother's house in Anchorage, and the $60,000 starting salary for a remote wilderness ranger position had seemed like salvation. The one-room cabin that served as my home and base of operations sat 12 miles from the nearest road, accessible only by snowmobile in winter or hiking in summer. Park Service had built it in the 1970s. Log construction with a metal roof, wood-burning stove, and solar panels that barely kept the radio equipment powered during the short winter days. The previous ranger had left behind a collection of paperback westerns and a half-empty bottle of bourbon that I rationed like medicine. What I actually liked about this job surprised me. The silence had a quality you never experience in civilization, not just the absence of noise, but something deeper. Out here you could hear your own thoughts with a clarity that was both enlightening and terrifying. The work itself felt meaningful in ways my previous job at the insurance company never had. When someone was lost in 6 million acres of wilderness, I was often their only hope of seeing home again. I suited up in layers, thermal underwear, wool socks, insulated pants, down jacket, and the heavy-duty parka with reflective strips that marked me as official. The temperature gauge outside my window read -22 degrees Fahrenheit. In the beam of my headlamp, my breath formed ice crystals that fell like tiny diamonds. The snowmobile started on the third pull, and I began the journey toward the last known position of the missing hiker. These rescue calls had become routine, usually tourists who underestimated Alaska's vastness or overestimated their own abilities. Most of the time we found them cold and scared but alive. Sometimes we found their bodies when spring thaw revealed what winter had claimed. 40 minutes later, I reached the Savage River trailhead. The missing man's vehicle sat alone in the parking area, a rental SUV with Oklahoma plates. I radioed my arrival and began following the trail with my spotlight, looking for any sign of passage in the snow. The footprints were easy to follow at first, size 10 or 11 boots, heading confidently up the trail toward the river crossing. But after 2 miles, something changed. The tracks became erratic, doubling back on themselves, circling in patterns that made no sense. I had seen this before when hypothermia set in, when the mind began to fail and rational thought dissolved into confusion. But then I found the other tracks. At first glance, they looked human, bare feet in the snow, which was impossible in these temperatures. But as I knelt and examined them more closely, the proportions seemed wrong. Too long, with what appeared to be claw marks extending from each toe. The stride length suggested something much taller than an average person. I had grown up hearing the old stories from my grandmother, tales passed down through generations of Athabascan people about creatures that wore human faces, but were something else entirely. Skinwalkers, she called them, though she always lowered her voice when speaking the word, as if saying it too loudly might draw their attention. The missing hiker's tracks converged with the strange footprints near a grove of stunted spruce trees. From that point, only one set of tracks continued, the impossible bare feet, now walking with the measured gait of something that knew exactly where it was going. I followed the trail for another mile before I heard the sound. It started as what might have been wind through the trees, but there was no wind that night. The sound had a quality that made my teeth ache, like feedback from a microphone, but organic, alive. It was coming from somewhere ahead in the darkness beyond the reach of my light. Every rational part of my mind told me to call for backup, to return to base and organize a proper search team for daylight hours. But the man from Oklahoma might not have until morning, and I had taken an oath to protect visitors to this wilderness. I moved forward, following the tracks deeper into the forest. The sound grew louder as I progressed, resolving into something that resembled human speech but distorted, as if someone were trying to mimic conversation without understanding the meaning behind the words. I could make out fragments, "Help me," repeated over and over, but in a tone that was somehow wrong, too flat, missing the emotional inflection that would make it believable. The tracks led to a clearing where the snow had been disturbed in a wide circle. At the center stood a figure that might have been human from a distance. It was tall, perhaps 7 feet, with pale skin that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. It wore the clothes of the missing hiker, the bright blue jacket and black snow pants I had seen described in the missing person report. But the proportions were wrong. The arms hung too long, nearly reaching the snow-covered ground. The head sat at an odd angle, tilted too far to one side as if the neck had been broken and healed incorrectly. "Help me," it called in that flat, emotionless voice. "I'm lost. I'm so cold." I raised my rifle, standard equipment for rangers in bear country, and activated my radio with my free hand. "Dispatch, this is Ranger No Attack. I need immediate backup at coordinates." I rattled off my position while keeping the weapon trained on the figure in the clearing. The thing that wore the hiker's clothes turned toward me, and I saw its face in the beam of my spotlight. It was trying to mimic human features, but the details were wrong. Eyes set too far apart, mouth too wide, teeth that were pointed and too numerous. It was like looking at a child's drawing of a person, anatomically incorrect but somehow more unsettling because of the attempt. "Help me," it repeated, taking a step in my direction. Its movement was jerky, unnatural, like stop-motion animation missing half the frames. I had heard enough stories from other rangers to know that backing away slowly was my best option. Direct confrontation with predators, human or otherwise, rarely ended well for the person with the most to lose. But as I began my retreat, I heard another voice calling from somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing. Weak, human, genuine in its desperation. "Please, someone help me." The real hiker was still alive somewhere out there in the killing cold, and this thing, whatever it was, stood between us. I keyed my radio again, speaking in a whisper. "Dispatch, I have located the missing person. Situation is complicated. Maintaining observation." The creature in the stolen clothes had not moved closer, but it had not retreated either. It stood perfectly still in the center of the clearing, that grotesque imitation of a human face turned in my direction. The real voice calling for help came again, weaker this time, from somewhere in the darkness to my left. I had to make a choice. Engage with this thing directly, or attempt to circle around and reach the actual victim. The temperature was dropping further as the night progressed, and hypothermia would claim the lost hiker within hours if I could not locate him. Moving as quietly as possible, I began working my way around the perimeter of the clearing, keeping my light pointed toward the ground and the rifle ready. The creature tracked my movement with its head but did not follow, continuing to repeat its flat call for help. The genuine cries for assistance grew louder as I moved through the trees. I found the real hiker 15 minutes later, wedged into a depression between two fallen logs, conscious but barely coherent. His name was Derek Martinez, according to the ID in his wallet. He was suffering from moderate hypothermia and what appeared to be superficial claw marks on his arms and face. Something following me, he managed through chattering teeth as I wrapped him in emergency blankets. Looked like a person, but wrong. It took my jacket while I was sleeping. Thought I was dreaming at first. I administered a heat pack and began the process of warming his core temperature. How long have you been out here? 2 days, maybe 3. Lost track of time. It kept appearing at night, trying to get me to follow it, speaking in my voice, saying things I might say. I ran, but it always found me again. The mimicry behavior was consistent with the stories I had heard from my grandmother. Skinwalkers were said to be shapeshifters, but imperfect ones. They could take the appearance of humans, but never quite achieved perfect imitation. They used their approximation of human form to lure prey into isolated areas where they could feed undisturbed. We need to move, I told Derek. Can you walk with assistance? He nodded and I helped him to his feet. The plan was simple. Get back to my snowmobile and evacuate him to the main ranger station where medical personnel could properly treat his condition. But as we began moving through the forest, I realized we were no longer alone. The sounds started softly, branches breaking, footsteps in snow, always just at the edge of hearing. When I stopped to listen, the sound stopped as well. When we moved, they resumed, maintaining a consistent distance but clearly following our progress. It's back, Derek whispered, gripping my arm with fingers that had regained some of their strength. I swept my light through the trees but saw nothing. The radio crackled with static. We were too far from the base station for clear communication, and my backup would not arrive for at least 2 hours. We reached a frozen stream that I needed to cross to get back to the snowmobile. The ice looked solid, but I tested it carefully before committing our weight. As we started across, Derek suddenly stopped. Look, he said, pointing behind us. 3 figures stood at the edge of the forest, barely visible in the reflected light from the snow. They were all tall, impossibly thin, wearing different combinations of outdoor clothing that had clearly been taken from other victims. Even from a distance, I could see that their proportions were wrong, arms too long, heads tilted at unnatural angles. They began moving toward us with that same jerky, stop-motion gait I had observed earlier, and they were making sounds, not quite human speech, but a collection of voices attempting to coordinate, like a badly tuned radio picking up multiple stations. Run, I told Derek, abandoning caution and crossing the ice as quickly as possible. We reached the other side just as the creatures began their own crossing, but something about the running water seemed to affect them. They moved more slowly over the ice, their movements becoming even more disjointed and uncertain. My snowmobile was another quarter mile through dense forest. Derek was moving better now that his core temperature had stabilized, but he was still weak and the deep snow made progress difficult. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew closer. When we finally reached the machine, I was relieved to find it exactly as I had left it. I helped Derek onto the passenger seat and started the engine, grateful for the familiar sound of mechanical reliability in this wilderness of unknowns. The route back to the main station took us through areas where the tree cover was lighter, and in those open spaces I could see our pursuers more clearly. There were at least 4 of them now, moving through the forest with a speed that should have been impossible for creatures of their apparent size. They did not run so much as flow through the landscape, covering ground with an efficiency that suggested intimate familiarity with this terrain. As we approached the main ranger station, I could see lights in the windows and vehicles in the parking area. My backup had arrived, along with medical personnel and additional search team members, but the creatures pursuing us had vanished as soon as we came within sight of the occupied buildings. Derek was evacuated to the hospital in Fairbanks, where he recovered fully from his ordeal. His statement to the investigating officers mentioned being stalked by wild animals, but made no reference to the more disturbing aspects of his experience. When I spoke with him privately before his departure, he admitted that he had decided not to discuss what he had actually seen. Who would believe it? He asked. And what good would it do? I'm alive and I'm going home. That's enough. My official report described a successful rescue operation complicated by wolf activity in the area. The bite marks on Derek's arms and face were consistent with canine predation, and the unusual track formations could be explained by wind erosion and snowdrift patterns. But I kept the photographs I had taken of those impossible footprints, and I began paying closer attention to the old stories my grandmother had shared during my childhood. The wilderness of Alaska holds secrets that maps cannot chart and science cannot explain. Some of those secrets hunt in the darkness between civilization and the true wild, wearing faces that are almost human but not quite right. I still work the remote stations, and I still respond to calls about missing hikers, but now I carry additional equipment: salt, blessed sage from the tribal elders, and silver rounds for my rifle that I hope never to use. Because sometimes, in the deep places where no roads reach and no lights penetrate, the things that should not exist are very real indeed, and they are always hungry for what we carry that they can never truly possess: the warmth of genuine human life. There's something about the wilderness that calls to you, a primal connection that tugs at the edges of your consciousness. That's what I told myself when I agreed to this trip. 5 days of hiking and camping in the remote backcountry of northern Arizona, far from cell service, far from other people, far from safety, just our small group, the towering pines and the vast emptiness of nature. The idea originated with Liam and Bryce, my friends from Toronto who had been raving about American wilderness adventures for years. They had been planning this particular excursion for months, poring over topographical maps and forums about a secluded lake nestled deep in the Coconino National Forest. The area wasn't on any tourist maps and required special permits, which somehow made it more alluring. Add in my Australian friends Ruby and Jasper, who were visiting the States for the first time, and our little expedition was set. The place is called Kaibab Lake, Liam explained as we loaded our gear into the rented SUV in Flagstaff. His tall frame bent awkwardly as he Tetrised backpacks into the trunk. The locals say it's one of the most pristine spots in the entire region. Ruby, her sun-browned face already glistening with excitement beneath her auburn hair, nodded enthusiastically. I've been dying to see proper American wilderness. Australia's got the outback, but this is different, yeah? Ancient forests and mountains. Jasper, her boyfriend, was more reserved, methodically checking our supplies. Did you pack the water purification tablets? He asked me, his Australian accent thicker than Ruby's. And the first aid kit? I nodded, patting my backpack. Got everything on the list, plus extra batteries for the headlamps. Bryce, who had been unusually quiet that morning, slammed the trunk shut. We should get moving. It's a long drive to the trailhead, and I'd like to make it at least a few miles in before setting up camp. There was something in his expression, a tightness around his eyes that I hadn't noticed before. When I asked if everything was all right, he shrugged it off. Just anxious to get going, he said, avoiding my gaze. The drive from Flagstaff took us deeper into the forest than I'd expected. The paved road eventually gave way to gravel, then to little more than a rutted path cutting through dense pines. Shadows lengthened as the afternoon stretched on, dappling the forest floor with patterns that shifted and moved with the wind. Did you know this area has some of the oldest Native American settlements in North America? Liam said, breaking the silence that had fallen over the car. The Navajo and Hopi tribes have been here for centuries. Millennia, Bryce corrected, staring out the window. And they have stories about these woods. Not all of them pleasant. Ruby leaned forward from the back seat. Like what? Ghost stories? I caught Bryce's gaze in the rearview mirror. For a moment, he seemed reluctant to continue. Not ghosts, he finally said. Something called Sinidi, the one who crawls on all fours. The Navajo won't talk about them much. Bad luck to even mention them. Skinwalkers, I said, the word emerging from some half-remembered documentary I'd seen years ago. Bryce nodded, his expression grim. Yeah, not something to joke about around here. The mood in the car shifted subtly. Jasper cleared his throat. Well, good thing we're just here for the hiking and fishing, right? We arrived at the trailhead late afternoon. The small clearing could barely be called a parking lot, just a widened section of dirt with enough space for 2 or 3 vehicles. Ours was the only one there. This doesn't look like a popular spot, Ruby observed as we unloaded our packs. That's the point, Liam said with a grin. We'll have the whole place to ourselves. I shouldered my pack, feeling the familiar weight settle against my spine. The forest stretched before us, the trail a narrow ribbon disappearing into green shadow. Birds called from the canopy, but otherwise the woods were unnervingly still. According to the map, it's about 7 miles to the lake, Bryce said, checking his GPS. We won't make it before dark. There's a small clearing about 3 miles in where we can set up for the night. As we started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the trees. I glanced over my shoulder several times, but saw nothing except endless trunks and dancing shadows. The hike was more challenging than I'd anticipated. The trail wound steeply upward in places, crossing small streams and rocky outcroppings. By the time we reached the clearing Bryce had mentioned, the sun was sinking below the tree line, painting the sky in violent oranges and reds. Let's set up before we lose the light, Liam suggested, already shrugging off his pack. The clearing was small but level, with enough space for our 3 tents. While Ruby and Jasper collected firewood, Liam, Bryce, and I assembled the shelters. The familiar routine was comforting: stakes driven into soft earth, poles threaded through sleeves, rain flies secured against the possibility of overnight showers. Have you guys been here before? I asked as we worked. Liam shook his head. First time, but a guy in one of my hiking forums recommended it. Said it was untouched, pristine, and isolated, Bryce added. No rangers patrolling, no day hikers. Just wilderness. As darkness fell, we gathered around the small fire Jasper had built. The flames cast our faces in flickering gold, creating more shadows than light. Above us, stars emerged in a dazzling display impossible to see from the city. I've never seen stars like this, Ruby whispered, leaning against Jasper's shoulder. It's like they're close enough to touch. We ate a simple dinner of dehydrated stew, the conversation flowing easily as we discussed our plans for the next day. But as the fire burned low and the night deepened, a strange tension crept in. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Is it always this quiet? Jasper asked, glancing toward the dark wall of trees surrounding our small circle of light. Bryce poked at the embers with a stick. Probably just the fire. Animals avoid it. But I could tell from his tone that he didn't entirely believe that. None of us did. I think I'm going to turn in, I said, standing and stretching my tired muscles. Long day tomorrow, the others murmured agreement. And soon we were zipping ourselves into our respective tents, Liam and Bryce in one, Ruby and Jasper in another, and me in the smallest one. Inside my tent, I listened to the others settling down, their voices muffled by nylon walls. Exhaustion pulled at me, but sleep remained elusive. The silence outside was too complete, too unnatural, and beneath it I thought I could hear something else, a soft rhythmic sound like breathing, or footsteps moving slowly around the perimeter of our camp. I told myself it was just the wind, or my imagination working overtime. But as I finally drifted toward sleep, a long, low howl broke the silence, not a wolf or coyote, but something else. Something that raised the hairs on the back of my neck and sent ice down my spine. Something that sounded almost human. Morning arrived with fog hanging heavy between the trees, transforming the forest into a dreamscape of muted grays and greens. I emerged from my tent to find Bryce already awake, crouched beside a small fire, his face drawn and tired. Sleep okay? I asked, reaching for the coffee pot he'd balanced on a flat stone near the flames. He shrugged. Not really. Kept hearing things. Like what? Footsteps. Something circling the camp. He poked at the fire with a stick, avoiding my gaze. Did you hear that howl last night? I nodded slowly. Thought it might be a coyote. No coyote sounds like that. Bryce's voice was flat. I know what I heard. Before I could respond, Liam emerged from their shared tent, stretching his long arms toward the sky. Morning, campers. Everyone alive and uneaten? His joke fell flat in the misty silence. Ruby and Jasper joined us shortly after, and we ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and dried fruit. No one mentioned the strange sounds from the night before, but I noticed how often their eyes drifted to the surrounding trees. The lake's about 4 miles from here, Bryce said as we packed up camp. If we make good time, we should reach it by early afternoon. The trail grew more rugged as we continued, climbing steadily upward through increasingly dense forest. The fog clung to the trees, creating pockets of near-zero visibility, where the path ahead disappeared into white nothingness. Stay close, Liam called back to Ruby and Jasper, who had fallen behind. Easy to get turned around in this stuff. I was hiking just behind Bryce, close enough to hear when he muttered something under his breath. What was that? I asked. He glanced back, surprised. Nothing. Just talking to myself. But there was something in his expression. A wariness that hadn't been there the day before. Every few minutes he would stop and listen, his head cocked slightly to one side. About 2 hours into our hike, the fog began to lift, revealing glimpses of blue sky above the canopy. The forest floor was carpeted with pine needles, making our footsteps nearly silent, which is why we all jumped when a branch snapped loudly somewhere off to our right. We froze in unison, 5 heads turning toward the sound. Probably a deer, Jasper said after a moment, though he didn't sound convinced. Too heavy for a deer, Bryce replied, his voice low. Let's keep moving. We continued more quickly now, the easy conversation of the morning replaced by tense silence. Twice more we heard branches breaking in the forest, always just out of sight, always moving parallel to our path. Is someone following us? Ruby finally asked, giving voice to what we were all thinking. Not someone, Bryce said. Something. The way he emphasized the word sent a chill through me. I remembered our conversation from the car, the Navajo legends, the things that crawled on all fours. We're almost to the lake, Liam said, his usual joviality strained. Let's just focus on that. But as we rounded a bend in the trail, we found our path blocked by a strange arrangement of stones. They formed a rough circle about 3 feet in diameter, with what looked like animal bones placed carefully at cardinal points. Bryce stopped so abruptly that I nearly ran into him. Don't touch it, he said sharply when Liam moved forward to investigate. Don't even go near it. What is it? Ruby asked, peering around Jasper's shoulder. Nothing good. Bryce's face had gone pale. We need to go around it. Off the trail. Are you serious? Liam scoffed. It's just some rocks. It's not just rocks, Bryce insisted. It's a marker. Or a warning. The tension between them was sudden and unexpected. I stepped between them, trying to defuse the situation. Let's just go around it. No harm in being cautious, right? After a moment, Liam nodded reluctantly. We gave the stone circle a wide berth, pushing through underbrush until we could rejoin the trail on the other side. Want to tell us what that was about? Jasper asked once we were moving again. Bryce hesitated, then sighed. My grandmother was Navajo. She used to tell stories about certain things in these forests, signs to watch for. That circle back there, it's not a good sign. What does it mean? I asked. It means we're being watched, he replied quietly, and not by anything human. The rest of our hike passed in uneasy silence. The forest seemed different now, less welcoming, more watchful. I found myself scanning the trees constantly, jumping at every rustle of leaves or distant bird call. We reached the lake just after noon, emerging from the forest to find a pristine body of water nestled in a natural bowl of pine-covered hills. Under different circumstances, I would have found it breathtaking. Now it just seemed isolated and exposed. There's a cabin on the north shore, Bryce said, consulting his map. Should be about half a mile around the lake. A cabin? Ruby perked up. You didn't mention a cabin before, Bryce shrugged. It's abandoned. Old Forest Service outpost or something. But it has 4 walls and a roof, which is better than tents if... He trailed off. If what? Liam pressed. If it rains, Bryce finished, though we all knew that wasn't what he'd been about to say. We followed the shoreline, our packs feeling heavier with each step. The lake water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding pines and the blue sky above. Too still, I thought. Not even a ripple disturbed its mirror-like surface. The cabin came into view as we rounded a small peninsula, a simple log structure with a sagging porch and a stone chimney. It looked ancient, as if it had grown from the forest floor like the trees around it. Home sweet home, Liam said with forced cheerfulness. As we approached, I noticed something hanging from one of the porch beams. A small leather pouch, weathered and cracked with age. Bryce saw it too and froze. Wait, don't go any closer. What now? Liam's patience was clearly wearing thin. That's a medicine bundle, Bryce explained, pointing to the pouch. It's protective magic. Someone put it there recently? Magic? Jasper raised an eyebrow. You're not serious. But Bryce's expression remained grave. My grandmother would hang these over doorways. They're meant to keep things out. Things that mean harm. Well, that's comforting. Ruby muttered. After a moment's hesitation, we continued to the cabin. The door creaked open at Liam's push, revealing a single room with a stone fireplace, a rough wooden table with 2 chairs, and a set of bunk beds built into one wall. Dust covered everything, but otherwise the cabin seemed intact. "Not bad," Jasper said, dropping his pack on the floor. "Beats sleeping in tents." We spent the next hour settling in, sweeping out the worst of the dust, gathering firewood, and collecting water from the lake to filter. All the while, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I stepped outside, my eyes were drawn to the dark line of trees across the lake, searching for movement, for shapes that didn't belong. As dusk approached, we gathered around the fireplace inside the cabin. Outside, the forest had once again fallen unnaturally silent. "So," Ruby said, breaking the tense quiet, "is anyone going to talk about what's going on?" We all looked at Bryce. After a moment, he sighed. "I didn't want to freak everyone out," he began, "but there are stories about this place, the lake, these woods. The Navajo call it Todichini, the bitter water. It's considered haunted, I guess you could say." "Haunted by what?" I asked. Bryce's gaze flickered to the window where darkness was rapidly falling. "By those who walk between worlds. The Navajo believe that certain medicine people, healers, shamans, can be corrupted. They perform a ritual, a terrible one, and it gives them power to transform, to take the shape of animals." "Skinwalkers," I said again, the word tasting foul in my mouth. Bryce nodded. "They're said to prey on travelers, on those who wander into their territory. They can mimic human voices, lure people away from safety." "That's just folklore," Liam said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," Bryce conceded, "but something followed us today. Something placed that stone circle as a warning, and someone hung that medicine bundle on the porch to keep something out." We all fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional settling of the old cabin's timbers. "What do we do?" Ruby finally asked, her face pale in the firelight. "We stay together," Bryce said firmly. "We don't go out alone, especially after dark. And we leave first thing in the morning." No one argued. As the night deepened, we prepared for sleep. The bunk beds could only accommodate 4, so I volunteered to take the floor, spreading my sleeping bag near the fireplace. Despite our exhaustion, conversation continued in low, nervous bursts, as if silence might invite something we didn't want to acknowledge. I must have drifted off eventually, because I jerked awake to complete darkness. The fire had died to embers, casting just enough light to make out the shapes of my companions in their beds. Something had woken me, a sound from outside. I lay perfectly still, listening. At first, there was nothing but the soft breathing of the others. Then I heard it again, a voice barely audible calling my name. "Hello?" it called. The word elongated and distorted, as if spoken by someone unfamiliar with human speech. "Is anyone there? I need help." I sat up slowly, heart pounding. The voice was coming from just outside the cabin near the lakeshore. "I'm hurt," the voice continued, now sounding eerily like Jasper. "Please help me." I glanced toward the bunks. All 4 shapes were still there, including Jasper's. The thing outside was mimicking his voice. Cold sweat broke out across my skin as I remembered Bryce's warning. They can mimic human voices. Lure people away from safety. "Wake up," I hissed, scrambling to my feet. "Everyone wake up now." They stirred groggily, confused by my urgency until they too heard the voice outside. Now cycling through each of our voices in turn, calling for help, pleading. "What the hell is that?" Liam whispered, his face ghostly in the dim light. Bryce was already up, moving toward the window with cautious steps. He peered out into the darkness for a long moment, then quickly stepped back. "There's something on the shore," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Something watching the cabin. What does it look like?" Ruby asked, clutching Jasper's arm. Bryce shook his head. "Too dark to tell. Just a shape, but it's standing upright one moment, then on all 4s the next." The calling had stopped. In its place came a new sound, scratching first at the windows, then at the door. Slow, deliberate, like claws or fingernails dragging across wood. "It knows we're awake," Bryce whispered. "It knows we won't be fooled." We huddled together in the center of the cabin, listening to the thing outside as it circled the structure, testing each possible entrance. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, occasionally punctuated by low, inhuman growls. None of us slept again that night. We kept the fire burning, speaking little, jumping at every sound from outside, and through the small, grimy windows I could have sworn I saw eyes reflecting the firelight, too high off the ground to be any natural animal, watching us with patient, intelligent malice. Finally, as the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, the sound ceased. Whatever had stalked us during the night had retreated, for now. "We need to leave," Bryce said, voicing what we were all thinking. Now, while it's light, no one disagreed. We packed quickly, leaving behind anything non-essential to speed our journey. As we stepped outside, the morning seemed mockingly peaceful, birds singing, sunlight dappling the lake's surface. But there, in the soft earth around the cabin, were the tracks. Some looked like large wolf prints, others like bare human feet. In places they merged and changed as if the creature had transformed mid-stride. Ruby made a small, frightened sound when she saw them. "That's not possible." "We need to go," Bryce repeated more urgently. "Stay together, stay on the trail, and don't look back." We left the lake behind, moving as quickly as the rough terrain would allow. The forest that had seemed so beautiful just yesterday now felt oppressive, hostile. Every shadow might hide our stalker. Every bird call might be its mimicry. The day stretched on, the miles passing in a blur of fear and exhaustion. We didn't stop for rest, didn't separate even for bathroom breaks. Our only goal was to reach the trailhead, to get back to civilization and safety. But as the afternoon waned and shadows lengthened once more, I began to suspect we weren't going to make it out before nightfall. And from the grim expressions on my companions' faces, they knew it too. Whatever was hunting us was still out there, watching, waiting for darkness to fall again. Midway through the afternoon, the sky darkened rapidly as storm clouds rolled in from the west. What had been bright sunshine minutes before became gloomy twilight, casting the forest in premature shadow. "We need to move faster," Bryce urged, glancing nervously at the sky. "If that storm hits, we'll be in trouble." We picked up our pace, pushing tired muscles beyond comfort. The trail began to descend steeply, winding down through rocky outcroppings that became treacherously slick as the first raindrops fell. "How much further to the trailhead?" Ruby asked, her breath coming in short gasps. Liam checked the GPS. "About 4 miles. We won't make it before dark." The implications hung heavy in the air. None of us wanted to be in these woods after nightfall, not with what we'd experienced. The rain intensified, fat drops becoming a steady downpour that soaked through our clothing and turned the trail into a miniature riverbed. Water streamed down my face, blurring my vision and making each step a potential disaster. "We need shelter," Jasper called out as thunder rumbled overhead. "We can't hike in this." Bryce hesitated, clearly torn between the dangers of stopping and the risks of continuing in such conditions. Finally, he nodded. "There's an overhang about a quarter-mile ahead. We can wait out the worst of it there." The overhang proved to be a shallow rock shelter. Not quite a cave, but deep enough to provide some protection from the rain. We huddled together beneath it, watching as sheets of water cascaded from its edge like a curtain. "Just a quick break," Bryce insisted. "As soon as it lets up, we keep moving." But the storm showed no signs of abating. Lightning split the sky in jagged bursts, followed by thunder that shook the ground beneath us. The forest beyond our small shelter had disappeared behind a wall of rain and deepening gloom. "I don't like this," Liam muttered, peering out into the deluge. "We're sitting ducks here." He was right. If the thing that had stalked us at the cabin was still following, we'd made ourselves easy targets. But what choice did we have? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a bolt of lightning struck terrifyingly close, illuminating the forest in stark white light. And in that brief flash I saw it, a figure standing among the trees barely 30 yards from our shelter. Not human, not animal, but something in between. Tall and gaunt, with limbs too long and joints that bent wrongly. In the split second of visibility, I could have sworn it was wearing the pelt of some large animal, the head serving as a grotesque hood that didn't quite hide the 2 human eyes beneath. Then darkness returned, and it was gone. "Did you see that?" I gasped, grabbing Bryce's arm. His face told me he had. "It found us, and what do we do?" Ruby's voice shook with fear. Bryce reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch similar to the one we'd seen hanging at the cabin. "My grandmother gave me this before she died. Said it would protect me if I ever encountered—" He didn't finish the sentence. "A good luck charm?" Liam scoffed, though his face was ashen. That's your plan? It's not luck, Bryce said sharply. It's protection. But it might not be enough for all of us. Another flash of lightning, another glimpse of the figure, closer now, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It seemed to flicker between forms, sometimes upright, sometimes crouched on all fours. We need to run, Jasper said, his Australian accent thickened by fear. Now, while we can still see it. Run where? Ruby demanded. We don't even know which direction is safe. Back up the trail, Bryce decided after a moment. Toward the lake. The lake? Liam stared at him in disbelief. That thing was at the lake. The cabin had protection, Bryce reminded him. That medicine bundle. It kept the skinwalker out last night. If we can get back there. It was a desperate plan, but it was the only one we had. We gathered our packs with shaking hands, prepared to flee back the way we'd come. But as we stepped out from under the overhang, another flash of lightning revealed the figure standing directly in our path, blocking the trail back to the lake. Other way, Bryce hissed, pushing us in the opposite direction. Down toward the trailhead, go! We ran blindly through the rain, slipping and stumbling on the muddy trail. The forest was a blur of gray and green, punctuated by lightning flashes that cast monstrous shadows among the trees. Behind us I could hear something moving, fast, too fast to be natural, crashing through underbrush with single-minded determination. The trail forked unexpectedly, and in our panic, we hesitated too long. When we finally chose a direction, left downhill, it was unclear if we'd made the right choice. Does this lead to the trailhead? Ruby shouted over the storm. No one had an answer. We were lost, being hunted, with night approaching quickly. After what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing. In its center stood a dilapidated structure, not a cabin but an old ranger station, its windows boarded up, its door hanging askew. In there, Bryce directed, already running toward it. The door creaked open at his push, revealing a single dusty room with a desk, some broken chairs and cobweb-filled corners. Not much of a refuge, but better than nothing. We piled inside, slamming the door behind us. Liam and Jasper dragged the desk across the floor, barricading the entrance as best they could. Will it hold? Ruby whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Before anyone could answer, something hit the door with tremendous force, making the entire structure shudder. The desk scraped back several inches despite Liam and Jasper's weight against it. It's trying to get in, Jasper grunted, pushing back. Another impact, stronger this time. The wooden walls creaked ominously, dust raining down from the ceiling. Bryce pulled out his medicine pouch, muttering words in what I assumed was Navajo. Outside, the pounding suddenly stopped. For a moment, we dared to hope that whatever protection the pouch offered had worked. Then came a new sound, scratching at the boarded windows, exploring the structure's weaknesses. It's looking for another way in, Bryce said, moving to stand beneath one of the windows. We spread out, each taking a potential entry point to guard. The scratching continued, methodical and patient, moving from window to window. Then silence, complete heavy silence that somehow felt worse than the assault. Where did it go? Ruby whispered after several tense minutes had passed. A thump on the roof answered her question. Slow, deliberate footsteps tracked across the ceiling, testing, probing. The chimney, Bryce suddenly realized, pointing to the small fireplace in one corner. Block it! Liam was closest. He lunged for the fireplace just as something dark and reeking of decay began to squeeze through the narrow opening. He grabbed a broken chair and shoved it upward into the chimney, earning an inhuman shriek of rage from whatever was trying to enter. The thing retreated, but the assault on the building intensified. It seemed to be everywhere at once, scratching at the door, the windows, the roof. The old structure groaned under the attack, boards splintering, nails working loose. It's going to get in, Ruby sobbed, pressing herself into a corner. It's going to get in. Bryce moved to the center of the room, still clutching his medicine pouch. Everyone get behind me. Form a circle, back to back. We did as he instructed, forming a tight knot in the middle of the room. Outside, the storm raged on, rain pounding the roof in sheets, lightning illuminating the cracks between boards where something watched and waited. What happens if it gets in? Jasper asked, his voice barely audible. Bryce didn't answer. He didn't need to. We all knew what would happen. The attack paused again, the silence stretching out unbearably. Then came a new sound, a voice just outside the door. Help me, it called, and with horror, I recognized my own voice, perfectly mimicked. Please, I'm hurt. Let me in. When no one responded, it tried again, cycling through each of our voices in turn, pleading, begging for help. The imitations were flawless, indistinguishable from the real thing. "Don't listen," Bryce warned. "It's trying to trick us." The voices continued, becoming more desperate, more anguished. Then they changed, melding together into something that wasn't quite human anymore. A guttural, multi-toned howl that raised the hairs on my arms. With a final, tremendous crash, part of the roof gave way. Rain poured in through the gap, along with something else. A dark, twisted shape that landed in the far corner with predatory grace. In the dim light, I couldn't make out details. Just an impression of wrongness. Limbs too long, movements too fluid. A face that seemed to shift between human and animal features. It rose to its full height, towering over us, and let out a soft, rattling hiss. "Don't look at its eyes," Bryce warned, his voice strained. "Whatever happens, don't look directly at it." The creature took a step forward, then another, closing the distance between us with agonizing slowness. I could smell it now. A rank odor of wet fur, decay, and something else. Something chemical and bitter. Bryce began to chant, low and rhythmic, holding his medicine pouch out like a shield. The creature paused, its head tilting at an impossible angle as it considered this new development. For a moment, I thought Bryce's chanting might be working. The creature remained still, watching, listening, then it lunged, faster than my eye could track, straight toward Ruby. Jasper moved without thinking, shoving her aside and taking the brunt of the attack himself. The creature's claws, or were they hands, closed around his throat, lifting him as if he weighed nothing. "No!" Ruby screamed, grabbing at Jasper's legs as he was dragged toward the hole in the roof. Liam and I rushed forward, trying to help, but the creature was inhumanly strong. It flung Jasper upward through the opening with terrible ease. We heard his scream, abruptly cut short, then silence. Ruby collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Liam stood frozen, staring at the hole in the roof where Jasper had disappeared. But Bryce hadn't stopped chanting. If anything, his voice grew stronger, more commanding. He stepped forward, still holding the medicine pouch directly beneath the opening. "What are you doing?" I hissed, trying to pull him back. He shook me off, continuing his chant. Above, something moved across the roof, returning. The creature's face appeared in the opening, inhuman eyes gleaming in the darkness. It stared down at Bryce, who stared back defiantly, still chanting. Then, to my amazement, it withdrew. We heard it moving away across the roof, its footsteps fading until they were indistinguishable from the rain. "Is it gone?" Liam whispered after several minutes had passed without further attack. Bryce finally stopped chanting, his face drained of color. "For now. But it took Jasper. It got what it wanted." Ruby's sobs intensified. "We have to help him. We have to go after him." "There's nothing we can do for him now," Bryce said gently, kneeling beside her. "I'm sorry, Ruby, he's gone." The brutal truth of his words hung in the air. One of us was dead, taken by something that shouldn't exist, something from nightmare. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Bryce looked toward the broken roof where rain continued to pour in. "We wait for dawn. It's strongest at night. Once it's light, we run, straight for the trailhead, no stopping, no matter what." None of us slept that night. We huddled together in the center of the room, as far from the walls and the hole in the roof as possible. Ruby's sobs eventually subsided into a hollow silence that was somehow worse. Occasionally we would hear movement outside, soft footfalls circling the station, testing, waiting. But it didn't attack again. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the walls, Bryce stood. "It's time. We need to move now while it's weakest." "What about Jasper?" Ruby asked, her voice raw. Bryce's expression was gentle but firm. "We can send help back for him once we're safe. But we need to go now, or none of us will make it out." With leaden hearts, we gathered what remained of our supplies and prepared to leave the relative safety of the station. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a forest dripping with moisture, shrouded in morning mist. "Stay close," Bryce instructed as we stepped outside. "Don't get separated no matter what." The trail was barely visible, washed out by the rain in places. We moved as quickly as the treacherous footing would allow, every sense strained for signs of pursuit. "How far to the trailhead?" I asked after we'd been hiking for what felt like hours. Liam checked the GPS. 2 miles, maybe less. We're making good time." Those words had barely left his mouth when we heard it. A long, mournful howl that echoed through the trees. It was distant but moving closer. "It's hunting us again," Bryce said, his face grim. "We need to run, now." We broke into a desperate sprint, abandoning caution in favor of speed. The trail wound downward, increasingly steep and slick with mud. Twice I nearly fell, saved only by Liam's quick reflexes. Behind us, the howling grew closer. Whatever was chasing us was moving faster than any natural animal could, covering ground with impossible speed. "There," Liam suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. "I can see the parking area." Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of our SUV, still parked where we'd left it a lifetime ago. So close, yet still too far. The creature burst from the underbrush behind us, no longer bothering with stealth. In the daylight, I got my first clear look at it, and immediately wished I hadn't. It ran on all fours, yet its limbs were unmistakably human in shape, though elongated and bent at wrong angles. Its body was covered in what looked like a coyote's pelt, the animal's head serving as a hood that partially concealed a face that was neither fully human nor fully animal. And its eyes, intelligent, aware, filled with ancient malice. "Don't look back," Bryce screamed, seeing me falter. "Just run." We flew down the final stretch of trail, the creature so close I could hear its ragged breathing. The parking area opened up before us, our vehicle a beacon of safety. Liam reached it first, fumbling with the keys as the rest of us pounded across the clearing. He got the doors unlocked just as we reached him, and we piled in frantically. "Go, go, go!" Ruby screamed as the creature emerged from the tree line. Liam gunned the engine, throwing the SUV into reverse and backing out so quickly we were nearly thrown from our seats. As we spun around to face the forest road, I caught one last glimpse of our pursuer. It stood at the edge of the clearing, watching us with those terrible, knowing eyes. Then it did something that chilled me to my core. It raised one distorted hand in what almost seemed like a farewell, as if it knew this wasn't really an escape, as if it knew we'd be back. We sped down the forest road, no one speaking, the only sound our ragged breathing and Ruby's quiet sobs. Only when we reached the main highway did some of the tension begin to ease. "We need to report this," Liam finally said, breaking the heavy silence. "Jasper, the authorities need to know." Bryce shook his head slowly. "Report what? That a mythical Navajo shapeshifter killed our friend? They'll think we're crazy, or worse, that we did something to him ourselves. So we just say nothing?" Ruby's voice was edged with hysteria. "Jasper is dead. We can't just pretend it didn't happen. We'll tell them he got separated during the storm," Bryce said quietly. "That we searched but couldn't find him. It's close enough to the truth. None of us liked it, but we knew he was right. The full truth would never be believed." As we drove back toward Flagstaff, I couldn't shake the image of the creature standing at the forest's edge, that almost human gesture of farewell. It had let us go, not out of mercy, but because it was patient, because it knew the wilderness would call to us again someday, and when it did, it would be waiting. Some part of me wondered if it already had what it wanted. If in taking Jasper, it had somehow marked the rest of us, connected us to it in ways we didn't yet understand. I glanced at my companions, Liam focused intently on the road, Ruby curled into herself in the back seat, Bryce staring out the window at the passing forest with haunted eyes. We had survived, but we weren't whole. And as the miles between us and Kaibab Lake grew, I couldn't escape the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped at all, that the thing in the woods had followed us out in ways we couldn't see, that it was with us even now, patient and watchful, biding its time, waiting for the wilderness to call us back. The official search for Jasper lasted 3 days. Park rangers, local police, and volunteer search teams combed the area, where we claimed to have lost him during the storm. They found nothing. No body, no blood, no sign that he had ever been there at all. "It's like he just vanished," the lead ranger told us on the final day of the search, his weathered face grim, without a trace. We sat in plastic chairs at the ranger station, giving statements for what felt like the 100th time. Our story remained consistent. We'd been separated during the storm, tried to find him, but eventually had to make our way out before nightfall. None of us mentioned the creature, the ranger station, or what we'd really seen. Who would believe us? Ruby was inconsolable. She'd retreated into herself, speaking only when directly addressed, her eyes vacant and red-rimmed. The Australian consulate had been notified, and Jasper's parents were flying in. I couldn't imagine facing them, knowing what we knew. Liam handled the practical aspects, extending our hotel stay, dealing with authorities, arranging for Ruby's eventual return to Australia. He moved through these tasks with mechanical efficiency, as if keeping busy could somehow hold the horror at bay. And Bryce had grown increasingly distant, spending hours on the phone with someone he would only identify as an elder from my grandmother's community. When pressed, he would simply say he was looking for answers. I found myself unable to sleep, jerking awake at the slightest sound, convinced that somehow the creature had followed us back to civilization. In the shower, I would examine my skin for marks, bruises, anything that might indicate I'd been claimed in some way. Rationally, I knew this was paranoia, trauma manifesting as superstition. But rationality had little power against what we'd experienced. On the 4th day after our return, as the official search was being called off, Bryce gathered us in his hotel room. "I've been talking to someone who might be able to help us understand what happened," he said, closing the door carefully behind us. "A medicine man from the Navajo Nation. He's agreed to meet with us." "What's the point?" Ruby asked, her voice flat. "Jasper's gone. Understanding why won't bring him back." "It's not just about understanding," Bryce replied, his expression grave. "It's about protection. What happened out there? It may not be over." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "What do you mean?" Bryce hesitated, then sighed. "The elder I've been speaking with, Joseph, he says that skinwalkers sometimes mark their victims. Not just the ones they take, but those they let go." "Mark them how?" Liam demanded, spiritually, like a connection, a thread that can be followed. Bryce paced the small room. "He thinks that's why it let us escape, because it can find us again whenever it wants." The implication hung heavy in the air. We weren't safe. We might never be safe again. "So what does this medicine man suggest?" I asked, trying to keep the skepticism from my voice. A week ago, I wouldn't have believed in skinwalkers either. Now I wasn't sure what to believe. "A cleansing ceremony," Bryce said. "Something to sever the connection, to hide us from it." Ruby looked up, the first spark of interest in her eyes for days. "Will it work?" "Joseph believes it will," Bryce replied. "But he wants to meet us first to see how strong the connection is." We agreed to meet with the medicine man the following day. What choice did we have? If there was even a chance that something was still connecting us to that thing in the forest, we needed to break it. Joseph Begay lived on the outskirts of the Navajo reservation, in a modest house set back from the road, surrounded by juniper trees. He was older than I'd expected, perhaps in his 70s, with a deeply lined face and eyes that seemed to see more than was visible. He greeted us in his living room, which was sparsely furnished but adorned with traditional Navajo crafts, woven rugs, pottery, and what looked like ceremonial items I couldn't identify. "Bryce has told me of your encounter," Joseph said after we were seated. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable authority. "I am sorry for your loss." Ruby nodded, tears welling in her eyes again. "What happened to our friend?" Liam asked bluntly. "Was it really a skinwalker?" Joseph's expression remained impassive. "There are things in this world that do not fit neatly into modern understanding. The Yi-Naldlushi is one such thing. But how is that possible?" I pressed. "How can someone transform like that?" The old man regarded me steadily. "The how is not important, only the what and the why. The skinwalker you encountered is ancient, powerful. It has claimed that territory as its own for generations." "The lake," Bryce murmured. "Todishiini." "You knew about it," Joseph nodded. "Many know of it, but few speak of it. To name such things is to draw their attention." "Is Jasper—" Ruby's voice broke. "Is he dead?" A heavy silence fell. Finally, Joseph spoke, his words careful and measured. "Death, as you understand it, may not apply here. The skinwalker takes what it needs, strength, essence. The body is secondary. It wasn't the comfort Ruby was hoping for." Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "You said we might be marked," I said, steering the conversation back. "How would we know?" Joseph's gaze swept over each of us in turn, lingering longer on Ruby. "There are signs, dreams of being watched or followed, objects moving on their own, the feeling of someone breathing just behind you when you're alone." A chill ran down my spine. I'd experienced all three since our return. "Can you help us?" Bryce asked. Joseph nodded slowly. "I can perform a cleansing ceremony. It may break the connection if it exists, but you must understand. The skinwalker's power is greatest over those who fear it, who believe in it. And now all of you believe. So what, we just need to stop believing? Liam scoffed. After what we saw? No, Joseph replied calmly. Belief cannot be undone, but fear can be mastered. He instructed us to return the next evening for the ceremony. In the meantime, he gave each of us a small pouch similar to what Bryce had carried. A medicine bundle, he called it, and told us to keep it with us at all times. As we left Joseph's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The junipers surrounding the property seemed to bend inward, closing around us like grasping hands. Wind whispered through their branches, carrying what sounded almost like my name. That night in my hotel room, I dreamed of the forest. I was running along the trail, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel getting closer with each step. The path stretched endlessly before me, never leading to safety, only deeper into green shadow. Then suddenly I was at the lake, standing on the shore near the cabin. The water's surface was glass smooth, reflecting a sky I couldn't see when I looked up. And in that reflection, standing just behind me, was the skinwalker, half human, half beast, its eyes locked on mine. I tried to run but found my feet rooted to the spot. The creature reached for me with elongated fingers, its touch cold as it gripped my shoulder. "You are mine now," it whispered in Jasper's voice. "You will come back to me." I woke with a strangled cry, drenched in sweat despite the room's air conditioning. My shoulder ached where the creature had touched me in the dream, a dull, persistent pain that felt too real to dismiss. When I checked the mirror, there was no mark, no bruise. But the pain remained. I called Bryce immediately, not caring that it was 3 a.m. "I had a dream," I said when he answered, my voice shaking. It spoke to me. There was a long pause. "What did it say?" "That I would go back. That I was marked." Another pause, longer this time. "Ruby called an hour ago." Same dream. The next day passed in a fog of anxiety and exhaustion. None of us had slept well, all haunted by similar dreams. By the time we returned to Joseph's house for the ceremony, we were strung tight with fear and desperate for any relief he could offer. Joseph had prepared a small hogan, a traditional Navajo dwelling, behind his house for the ceremony. Inside, a fire burned in a central pit, the smoke escaping through a hole in the roof. Various herbs and powders were arranged nearby alongside ceremonial items I didn't recognize. "Remove your shoes and sit," Joseph instructed, gesturing to spaces around the fire. "The ceremony will take several hours. You must remain focused no matter what you see or hear." We did as he directed, forming a circle around the flames. Joseph began to chant in Navajo, occasionally adding herbs to the fire that filled the hogan with pungent, aromatic smoke. The language was beautiful but alien to my ears, rising and falling in complex patterns. As the ceremony progressed, Joseph used an eagle feather to fan the smoke toward each of us in turn, instructing us to breathe deeply. The smoke made my head swim, my vision blurring at the edges. Was it my imagination? Or were there shapes moving in the darkness beyond the fire's light? Shadows that shouldn't be there, watching us with patient malice. Joseph's chanting intensified. He took a small container of what looked like white ash and drew symbols on our foreheads, all the while speaking in Navajo. The ash felt cool against my skin, grounding me somehow against the disorientation of the smoke. Time lost meaning in that small, smoky space. It could have been minutes or hours that we sat there, breathing the herb-laden air, listening to Joseph's voice rise and fall. At some point I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm of the chanting wash over me. Behind my closed lids I saw the forest again, but different this time. Clearer, as if seen in bright daylight rather than shadow. I was walking a path I recognized leading to the lake, but there was no fear in me. Each step felt purposeful, directed. I reached the shore and looked out over the water, which reflected a perfect blue sky. And there on the opposite shore stood a figure, not the twisted, half-human shape of the skinwalker, but a man, tall and straight, dressed in what looked like traditional Navajo clothing. He raised a hand in greeting, then pointed to something beside me. I looked down to see a small stone, perfectly round and smooth, half buried in the sand at my feet. "Take it," the man called, his voice carrying clearly across the water. "It will guide you back when the time comes." I bent to pick up the stone, which felt warm in my palm, almost alive. When I looked up again, the man was gone and the dream began to fade. I opened my eyes to find the ceremony ending. Joseph was sitting back on his heels, exhaustion evident in the slump of his shoulders. The fire had burned down to embers, casting just enough light to see the faces of my companions. They looked as dazed as I felt, blinking slowly as if waking from a deep sleep. "It is done," Joseph said simply. "Did it work?" Ruby asked, her voice hoarse. "Are we free of it?" Joseph's expression was enigmatic. "The connection has been altered but not broken. Such things cannot be fully undone once established." "What does that mean?" Liam demanded. "Are we still in danger?" "The skinwalker's hold on you has been weakened," Joseph explained. "It will be more difficult for it to find you, to influence you. But not impossible. So what do we do?" I asked, frustration edging my voice. "Just live in fear for the rest of our lives?" Joseph regarded me thoughtfully. "Fear is what it feeds on. What gives it power over you? Master your fear and you master the skinwalker. Easy to say, not so easy to do." As we prepared to leave, Joseph pulled me aside. "Your vision during the ceremony," he said quietly. "What did you see?" I hesitated, then described the dream, the lake, the man, the stone. Joseph listened intently, his weathered face giving nothing away. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "The man was a guide," he said, "a protector. And the stone—" He paused, considering his words carefully. "The stone is a way back." "Back where?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "To the lake." To finish what was started, a cold knot formed in my stomach. I don't want to go back there, ever. Joseph's eyes were sympathetic but unyielding. Some paths cannot be abandoned once we start down them. The skinwalker has marked you differently from the others. It has chosen you. For what? That, he said, you will have to discover for yourself. We left Joseph's house with more questions than answers, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The cleansing ceremony had provided some relief. The immediate sense of being watched had diminished, but his words left a lingering unease. Especially for me. Chosen. The word echoed in my mind, carrying implications I didn't want to consider. That night, for the first time since our return, I slept without dreams of the forest. But when I woke, I found my hand closed tightly around something that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. A small, smooth stone, warm to the touch, exactly like the one from my vision. A way back, Joseph had called it. I stared at the stone, turning it over in my palm. How had it gotten here? Was it even real? Or was I losing my grip on reality? A text from Bryce interrupted my spiraling thoughts. Need to talk. Meet at breakfast? In the hotel restaurant, I found not just Bryce but Liam and Ruby as well, huddled together over coffee cups. Their expressions told me something was wrong even before they spoke. "Ruby's going back to Australia this afternoon," Liam explained as I sat down. "The consulate arranged it." Ruby looked marginally better than she had in days, still pale and drawn but with a new determination in her eyes. "I need to talk to Jasper's parents," she said. "They deserve to know what happened to their son. The truth, not the story we told the Rangers." "They won't believe you," Bryce warned gently. "Maybe not," she conceded, "but I have to try." I understood her need for closure, for some kind of resolution, even if it came at the cost of being thought delusional. But there was something else in her expression, a finality that suggested more than just a return home. "What about you two?" I asked Liam and Bryce. Liam shrugged. "Back to Toronto for me. I've already extended my trip longer than I planned. And I'm heading back to my grandmother's community," Bryce said. "There are elders there who might know more about what we encountered, about how to protect ourselves long term." They were all leaving, moving on, or trying to, and I would be left alone with my questions, my stone, and the unsettling knowledge that I had been chosen for something I didn't understand. "Did either of you have any strange experiences last night?" I asked cautiously. "After the ceremony?" They exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Whatever had happened with the stone was unique to me. I debated telling them, sharing the burden of this new mystery. But what good would it do? They were already traumatized, already struggling to make sense of what had happened. Adding my own bizarre experience would only make things worse, so I kept silent, forcing a smile as we discussed practical matters, contact information, promises to stay in touch, hollow reassurances that things would get better with time. Later that day, We said our goodbyes at the airport. Ruby was the first to leave, her flight to Los Angeles connecting to Sydney. She hugged each of us fiercely, her tears dampening my shirt. "Be careful," she whispered in my ear. "It's not over. I can feel it." Liam's departure was next, more restrained but no less emotional. He gripped my shoulder, his expression solemn. "Whatever happens," he said, "remember we survived once. We can do it again if we have to." Bryce was the last to go, his flight to Albuquerque departing an hour after Liam's. As we waited at his gate, he pulled something from his pocket, another medicine bundle, larger than the one Joseph had given me. "Take this," he said, pressing it into my hand. "Joseph made it specially for you. Said you might need extra protection." I stared at the small leather pouch, a sense of foreboding washing over me. "Did he tell you why?" Bryce hesitated, then nodded. "He said you were different, that the skinwalker had marked you not just to follow, but to call back." "Call me back where?" "To the lake," Bryce replied, confirming what I already feared. "He thinks the skinwalker wants you to return for some purpose we don't understand." I closed my fingers around the medicine bundle, feeling the small objects inside shift against each other. "And if I don't go back?" Bryce's expression was grim. "Then it might come to you instead." With those ominous words hanging between us, we said our goodbyes. I watched him board his flight, suddenly feeling very alone despite the crowded terminal surrounding me. Outside, the Arizona sun beat down mercilessly, the heat a stark contrast to the cold dread spreading through me. I had a decision to make, one that might determine not just my fate, but possibly those of my friends as well. Return to the lake and face whatever awaited me there, or spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for the skinwalker to find me. In my pocket, the mysterious stone seemed to pulse with warmth as if responding to my thoughts. A way back, Joseph had called it. Perhaps it was also the way forward, the only way to end this nightmare for good. With a deep breath, I pulled out my phone and opened the rental car app. The forest was calling me back, and this time I would go alone. The drive back to the trailhead felt like moving through a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare I was willingly re-entering. I'd told no one of my plans, leaving a deliberately vague message on Bryce's voicemail that I was taking care of things before heading home. Part of me recognized the insanity of what I was doing. Returning alone to the place where we'd been hunted, where Jasper had been taken, armed with nothing but a medicine bundle and a mysterious stone that had appeared in my hand while I slept. If I'd told anyone, they would have tried to stop me, or worse, insisted on coming along, putting themselves in danger again. No, this was my burden now. Whatever connection existed between me and the skinwalker, I had to face it alone. The forest road was just as I remembered it, rutted and isolated, winding through increasingly dense pines. When I reached the small clearing that served as a parking area, I sat for a long moment with the engine idling, gathering my courage. What exactly was I planning to do? Hike back to the lake alone and then, what, confront an ancient evil? Negotiate with it? The absurdity of my position wasn't lost on me, but the alternative, living in fear, always looking over my shoulder, dreaming of the forest every night, was unacceptable. I turned off the engine and sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the wilderness around me. Wind in the pines, distant bird calls. Nothing sinister, nothing threatening, just nature indifferent to human fears. Finally, I stepped out of the car. The forest air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and earth. I slung my backpack, packed with water, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a small tent over my shoulders, checked that both medicine bundles were secure in my pocket, and set off down the trail. Unlike our first journey, I moved slowly, deliberately. There was no need to reach the lake before nightfall. In fact, part of me suspected that darkness was when the skinwalker would be most likely to reveal itself. The trail was easier to follow than I remembered, despite the damage from the storm. Recent footprints in the mud told me the search teams had been thorough in their efforts to find Jasper. But they'd been looking in the wrong places for the wrong things. As I hiked, I found myself noticing details I'd missed before. The complex patterns of lichen on rocks, the varied birdsong echoing through the canopy, the way sunlight filtered through pine needles to create dappled patterns on the forest floor. The wilderness was beautiful in its own right, when not viewed through a lens of fear. I reached the first clearing, where we'd camped that first night, by early afternoon. It looked different in daylight, smaller and less mysterious. Evidence of our stay had been mostly washed away by the storm, but I found a single tent stake we'd overlooked, half buried in mud. I continued on, the trail gradually becoming steeper, more challenging. My muscles burned with the effort, but the physical exertion helped keep darker thoughts at bay, focus on the next step, the next breath. The forest demanded nothing less. By late afternoon, I came upon the stone circle that had so disturbed Bryce on our first journey. It looked harmless now, just rocks arranged in a pattern that could have been the work of hikers or children. But something about it still made me uneasy. I stepped off the trail to give it a wide berth, just as we had before. As the day waned, the forest grew quieter, the bird calls tapering off, the wind dying down to occasional whispers through the canopy. The quality of the light changed, golden late afternoon sun giving way to the blue-gray of approaching dusk. I should have been afraid as darkness approached, but strangely, I felt almost calm. Whatever was going to happen would happen. I had come too far to turn back now. The lake appeared just as the last direct sunlight was fading from the sky, a sheet of silver nestled in its bowl of pine-covered hills. The cabin was visible on the far shore, looking smaller and more decrepit than I remembered. I paused at the lake's edge, letting my backpack slip to the ground. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the darkening sky and the silhouettes of surrounding trees. No wind disturbed its surface, no fish jumped, no birds skimmed low over the water. The silence was absolute. "I'm here," I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I came back, no response. Just the endless silence and the growing darkness. I retrieved my backpack and began moving along the shoreline toward the cabin. It seemed the logical place to wait, shelter for the night and a connection to what had happened before. The medicine bundle from Joseph felt warm against my skin through my pocket. The stone, too, seemed to radiate a subtle heat, as if responding to the proximity of the lake. I took it out and examined it in the fading light, perfectly round, smooth as glass, with swirls of darker color running through its grayish surface. I'd nearly reached the cabin when I noticed something odd about the lake. The water near the shore was moving despite the lack of wind, small ripples spreading outward from a central point about 20 feet from where I stood. As I watched, the ripples grew stronger, more deliberate, as if something large was rising from the depths. Water bulged upward and then parted to reveal Jasper. He stood waist-deep in the lake, water streaming from his clothes, his hair plastered to his skull. But his eyes were wrong, reflecting the dim light like an animal's. "Hello," he said, and though it was Jasper's voice, there was something underneath it. A second voice, lower and older. "You came back." I took an involuntary step backward. "You're not Jasper." The thing wearing my friend's face smiled, the expression too wide, too full of teeth. "No, but his form serves my purpose." "What purpose?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry with fear. The creature moved closer, water rippling around it as it waded toward shore. "To speak with you. To finish what was started." I clutched the medicine bundle in my pocket, drawing what courage I could from its presence. "What do you want from me? Why did you mark me?" The thing that wasn't Jasper reached the shoreline and stepped onto dry land. Water ran from its clothes, but instead of soaking into the earth, it seemed to be absorbed back into the creature's body, leaving no trace. "You were already marked," it said, tilting its head at an unnatural angle. "From before you ever came to this place." I merely recognized what was already there. It took another step toward me, and I fought the urge to flee. Running had done no good before. It would do no good now. "What do you mean, already marked?" I demanded. The creature's eyes, Jasper's eyes, but not, regarded me with ancient patience. "Some humans are born with a foot in two worlds. You see beyond the veil that blinds most of your kind. It makes you valuable. Valuable for what?" Instead of answering, it gestured toward the stone I still held in my open palm. "The old one gave you that, Joseph. He understands more than most." "What is it?" "A talisman, a key. It depends on how you use it." The creature took another step forward, now close enough that I could see the subtle wrongness of its movements. Too fluid in some places, too stiff in others, as if it hadn't quite mastered the mechanics of Jasper's body. "The skinwalker," I said, forcing myself to name it. "That's what you are." A ripple seemed to pass through Jasper's features, momentarily revealing something else beneath. Something older, wilder. That is what the Dine call me. I am older than their name, older than their stories. You took Jasper. You killed him. The creature shook its head, an oddly human gesture. Not killed, transformed. His essence serves a greater purpose now. Anger flared through my fear. He had a life, people who loved him. You had no rights? The creature interrupted, and now there was an edge to its voice. You speak of rights while your kind destroys this forest, this world? I have survived here for centuries because I take only what I need when I need it. And what do you need me for? I asked, the key question finally emerging. The creature's expression softened into something almost like pity. To bear witness. To remember. To carry the truth back to your world. What truth? That the old ways are not dead. That the spaces between your world and others grow thin. That what you call myths have teeth and claws and memories. It moved closer still until we were face to face. I could smell the lake water on it mixed with something else. A wild animal scent that made the hairs on my arms stand up. You stand at a threshold, it continued. You always have. Now you must choose which side you will walk on. I clutched the stone tighter, feeling its warmth intensify. And if I refused to choose? The creature smiled again, Jasper's face distorting with the expression. Then you will remain caught between, never belonging to either world. The dreams will continue. The calling will grow stronger. Eventually you will return to this place again and again until you make your choice. A choice. It always came down to a choice. I looked past the creature, to the lake now dark with night, to the cabin standing silent on its shore, this place that had brought such terror, such loss, and yet also a kind of awakening. To realities I had never acknowledged before, to aspects of myself I had never recognized. What happens if I choose? I asked, my voice steady despite my racing heart. If you choose the human world, I will release my mark upon you. You will return to your life free of the dreams, the calling. You will forget in time. And the other choice? The creature's eyes gleamed in the gathering darkness. You stay. You learn. You become more than what you are. Become like you. I couldn't keep the revulsion from my voice. No, it replied. Not like me. I was made, not born. You would be something else. A bridge, perhaps, between worlds that have grown too far apart. I thought of my life before, ordinary, predictable, safe. And I thought of what I had experienced here, terror, yes, but also wonder. A glimpse behind the veil of reality to something older, wilder, more primal. The stone in my hand seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat now, growing warmer, more insistent. How do I choose? I finally asked. The creature extended its hand. Jasper's hand, but somehow longer, the fingers more articulated. Give me the stone and you choose the human world. Keep it and you choose the other. Such a simple gesture to determine the course of a life. I stared at the outstretched hand, then at the stone gleaming dully in my palm. Which world did I belong to? The one I had always known or the one I had only glimpsed? In that moment of decision, time seemed to stretch. I saw possible futures branching before me, returning to my old life, trying to forget what I had seen, what I had learned, or staying, embracing the unknown, walking a path few humans had traveled. The stone felt alive now, almost vibrating with potential. I closed my fingers around it, feeling its warmth spread up my arm and through my body. I keep it, I said quietly. The creature, the skinwalker, nodded slowly, as if it had expected no other answer. The threshold is crossed. There is no returning. As it spoke, the world around me seemed to shift, the forest becoming more vivid, more present. Sounds I hadn't noticed before reached my ears. The subtle movement of small creatures in the underbrush. The faint lapping of water against the shore. The whisper of wind through pine needles that had been still moments before. What happens now? I asked, suddenly uncertain despite my decision. Now, the skinwalker said, its form already beginning to change. Jasper's features melting away to reveal something older, something wild. You learn, you witness, you remember. It turned toward the forest, its transformation accelerating, limbs elongating, body twisting until what stood before me was the creature I had glimpsed during the storm. Not human, not animal, but something in between, ancient and powerful. Come, it said, its voice now a multi-toned growl that I understood nonetheless. The forest awaits. As I followed the skinwalker into the trees, leaving the lake behind, I felt a strange peace settle over me. Fear remained, yes, only a fool would feel no fear in the presence of such a being, but it was tempered by curiosity, by wonder, by the certainty that I had chosen the right path, however strange and dangerous it might prove. The stone in my hand had cooled now, its purpose fulfilled. I slipped it into my pocket alongside the medicine bundles, tokens of a threshold crossed, a decision made. Behind us, the lake gleamed silver in the moonlight, a mirror reflecting stars and ancient pines. Kaiba Bleka, Todishini, the bitter water. It had claimed one of us. It had transformed another. And those who had escaped would carry its mark forever, whether they acknowledged it or not. The wilderness holds many secrets, many truths. Some beautiful, some terrible, all powerful in their own way. To witness them is to be changed. To embrace them is to be reborn. As we moved deeper into the forest, leaving all traces of the human world behind, I understood that my journey was just beginning. That the true mystery, the mystery of what lies between worlds, of what watches from the shadows, of what calls to us in dreams, was only now beginning to unfold. The skinwalker moved ahead of me, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, a shadow among shadows, leading me toward whatever destiny awaited. I followed, walking a path few had tread before, into the heart of the wild, into the spaces between worlds, into truth.